All right. Welcome back, everyone. Hopefully, it's just me today, unfortunately. Um, hopefully, everybody can hear me and my volume's okay. I still haven't, adjusted any of my settings, so possible, Luke, stop. Possible, what to call it, that you cannot hear me. But I think it seems to be only the issue when there's more than one person for whatever reason. Um, but the last it's kind of funny because ironically I was gonna take this week off from moto, but the things changed because after I unveiled the Fiend Artisan tech that I had planned for the showcase qualifier that I played a one of, uh, Monday and Tuesday was just kind of a whirlwind of messages saying that wow, the one of Fiend Artisan really performed for various people on the deck. Uh, Mostly, most of them being my having subscriptions to my Patreon. So Kieran and I did a stream actually on Tuesday, an emergency stream, so to speak, where we tried three copies, and Kieran unfortunately didn't make it to the very end because we were both pretty drunk on stream, and he probably fell asleep. But shout out to Kieran, who was a blast to have on as always. And actually, I streamed my list with one Fiend Artisan on Sunday as well with Romario and Jack. And then Romario, we went 5-0, and then with Romario and Jack in the second league, we went 4-1. So 9-1 on the night as well. So I think this card is very good, and in the limited testing since then, getting the feedback from others who have Kieran himself top 8 the Saturday challenge, or top 4 the Saturday challenge with one copy, and then I've had 3 different people say they 5-0'd with one copy. We went up to 3 copies with Kieran. I think the number is really 4, and just to emphasize how strong I think this card is in the shell, I'm even now cutting what were considered untouchable cards before, which is the 4th copy of Elvis Visionary and the 4th copy of Glimpse of Nature. And anybody who knows the history of this deck, Glimpse of Nature is the backbone of this deck. The thing is, though, you don't really want to open with 2 Glimpse of Natures. But I never cut it because I just didn't think I want to cut Glimpse of Nature for just a mediocre card. This card is anything but mediocre. And I keep getting more screenshots pretty much every day with this card just taking over the game. Who would have known that a Green Sun Zenith that can find any creature on a creature that is randomly a Lagoyev would be good? But yeah, here we are. It's a Scavenge Ooze that requires no work for the body, and essentially one man that sack a creature, more or less a Green Sun or a Birthing Pod or somewhere in between, right? And get whatever creature you want. I'm up to 4 copies now. I think this card might be the best 2-drop maybe in Legacy. I tweeted out earlier, like, step aside Thalia, because I think Thalia is, when I think of 2-drops in Legacy, she comes to mind, obviously, because she is the namesake of her respective deck, which is Death and Taxes. But yeah, that's how highly I regard this card in this shell. So hey, dude, I'm glad to have you here. Thank you. I'm doing well. Adam jokingly joked with me that this is the best Maverick list he's ever seen. It's because of how much utility there is now, right? Like, obviously you still have the I win condition in natural order or whatnot, right? But yeah, Adam Wallace jokingly said this might be the best Maverick shell we've ever seen. Obviously, he's making a joke because this is like still plays with some elves sub theme, but the number of elves is the least it's ever been. I think it's at 15. Notably, if you similar to Drew and Devs, it's just kind of is Maverick in key areas with the I win. Yeah, for sure. I think that's actually very important in Legacy, being able to have free wins, and that's actually why Dukes, the list I sent you, I think. If you wanted to run it back, I do think for that list you want to find a way to play 4 Thalias because she represents a free win against a lot of decks. So I would find room for the 4th Thalia, but that's not neither here nor there. I think offline, Dukes, if you want, I'm glad to help you maybe perhaps refine the list even more. I like what you've done so far with it for sure. Yeah, I don't know how good Teague is. I'd imagine Teague is very good when Elves is good in the, and because Oof doesn't really affect it. You want just like I win conditions in these Green Sun Zenith targets. Thank you for the follow. It's Dinglish, so David English here. Hey, how's it going? So this is the list that Curran actually ran through today, and he sent it to me, and he did some testing. He lost the 5-0 match, unfortunately, because of a punt, just learning the Fiend Artisan lines. But I think this is pretty ideal for paper play, which is big because SCG Baltimore is this weekend, and I actually just sent out a quote unquote emergency update for the sideboard map, which reflects how it would map with regards to this list. 1 second, my dog needs some help on something. Alright, I'm back. His ball went underneath the table. So I just got it for him. But yeah, I think the flex spots in this kind of list would be like the two ley lines and maybe the crop rotation. But I think on the East Coast, lands is really popular, so I like the crop rotation. And I tend to want like some number of turn zero hate. I don't think Mindbreak Trap is good for paper play because I think it's less represented than online. Most of the best Storm players play online for whatever reason, disproportionate to other archetypes. And I think we can live without Mindbreak Trap. There tends to be more like Reanimator or whatever on paper. All right. Without further ado, let's go ahead and get started. So we're up to 4 agents. Sorry, 4 Fiend Artisans. That was a Freudian slip. That's a Freudian slip. So we're up to 4 Artisan, and I want a Haymaker in the sideboard that can be found off of it, and that Haymaker right now is Opposition Agent. Archon is dropped because Inigo looked at the numbers and uh, I confirmed it with him that the number of games won with Artisan actually isn't that much compared to its inclusion in the deck, right? Like it's only 3% or something at the time, game one. I just think we can win without it. The matchups that get hurt by it are like Storm and potentially there's another one, Painter, the two that come to mind. I think what we saw, but I just don't think we need it anymore. It doesn't do enough, I think the sideboard slot is worth more, and also we removed it from the main deck because in hindsight, I think removing the or reducing the failure rate of the deck is essentially how we I think go improve going forward. It's why as painful as it is, I've decided to remove the fourth copy of Glimpse of Nature because opening with two in your hand is almost like a mulligan. I kept it in the deck for a long time, even though in the back of my mind, this day may eventually come. The reason why I didn't remove it before is because relative to whatever I would add in place of it, the power level was not worth it. That I don't think is the case. This card has just completely, possibly redefined the archetype. Like this is like almost like a rock deck now, right? Like you just don't even care if Glimpse like resolves or whatever. You have your free win still in natural order protected by Shepherd. Uh, you have 16 must answer threats in Reclaimer, Shepherd, Waterwood Symbiote, and Fiend Artisan now. And 20 if you count Green Sun Zenith, but I don't really count that, right? It's more of a spell. Or not a spell, but it's usually ideally use it for ramp. Gym downside. This is a pretty good hand. I'll keep it. This is your generic elf hand, which is kind of funny. Hand just got better. I think we take the Artisan here. It's different. I think in this situation, I'm gonna leave with Shepherd because I don't want them to stop whatever I'm doing. Right? They didn't. They're not showing removal on turn one. We can punish them too for not um, killing the Shepherd. Is why I'm leading with it. If there's no payoff to punish, I'd probably leave with Reclaimer. I really hope this is not some kind of miracles deck. Bane of my existence for many years. I think we're gonna play it safe if this Reclaimer resolves without removal on Shepherd. And just get Gris because I don't want to just. I don't know why people are playing Terminus again, but they are. We're playing this control U White Tundra deck, presumably. Sure. I think here we go Artisan. And hold the Green Sun for. I think they have to answer the Artisan. There's like. In the past, I would probably just slam Visionary or Green Sun for Visionary. But. I just think this is just a must answer, right? And we still get Gris here. Maybe they swords the Artisan, we'll see. Sure. Alright, so I don't. That's pretty much what it is, right? Like. Alright, 4 mana. I think we just do it now. They should take care of this. Like, this is gonna take over the game. And I'm gonna hold things back on defensive block. No need to attack here. This is a literal nightmare for our opponent. We're just gonna like grind them out with Demonic Tutor every turn if they don't answer the Gris. There's a big difference between 12 and 16 must answers in your deck. Maybe a Supreme Verdict? Sure. I think we get the Arbor now. Plus. Ooh, alright. Let's do it this way. I could fire off the glimpse, but I'm being patient. Maybe they force this. I don't know. They're so far behind. It's like not even funny. The beauty of this is we don't actually care if they force it or not. They force it, they go down to 1. They don't force it, we just like bleed them out. Cradle control works. Cradle control definitely works. Yeah, I think the game is already over. They're like miles behind us, despite the Supreme Verdict. It's just a matter of winning now. It's just a formality. Like, we're gonna fire off the glimpse now, which is like pretty live. I feel like that's a must answer. They probably don't even have the answer, to be honest. And then, all right, let's see. I think we just bounce, yeah. I have Cradle Control before, but people keep messaging me like you're not even playing elves anymore. It's just like a rock deck, right? Oh, okay. Just embarrassment of riches right now. Do we plus here? They can swords into plow, but they're just dead if they do that, right? This is kind of a joke. Like this. I know, right? For sure, Ramon. That did cross my mind, but I felt like we had to do it for the mana. But yeah, that's probably the only way we don't kill this turn if we just mill the hoof. And even when we did, we're probably just like way ahead, right? It's kind of ridiculous. Like we won pretty much easily through Supreme Verdict. All right. Let's see what we bring in. I think against this kind of like Supreme. Do we want C's? Maybe not even, right? Like, do we want C's? Okay, maybe we do. I don't know. What do we see from? We don't even see much from them, right? Like they swords us. Let me think. Do we want Thoughtseize against them? We definitely want to board out the Heritage Druid. That's like the worst card right now. We have room for like 3-ish cards, depending what we want to bring in. We can bring in Seas, but I feel like maybe the threat of Endurance might just be better. Um, Historically, I would bring in Seas though. Okay, these like slowish control decks. Yeah, actually, let's do that. Endurance, we didn't see anything relevant for that. So I'm gonna go ahead and bring in Seas, and then just like take away their best card or whatever, and then try it this way. We'll see. They could be like on like some shenanigans, but we'll on some what is it, Days and Doing shenanigans. But speaking of which, I think that's actually the better way to build that deck. But that's me. I feel like in Legacy today, you just can't control your opponent forever. You have to win with your own combo too. And I think the Days and Doing is probably the best way to win. I think the days of slamming Jace probably not around anymore. My friend Jonathan Zhang, shout out to him by the way. Speaking of which, he was the one that said, I think you have a good hidden gem here in Fiend Artisan because he has a metric which is the number of cards. Sorry, the number of words on a card. And he said Jace the Mind Sculptor is notably at like 64 words or whatever it is. And he said Fiend Artisan has 47. He's like, and that's a 2-drop. So he's like, that according to his metric, it's very good. And this is before I like solidified going to 4 copies. Lou, come on. Alright, 1 second. My dog is having issues again. Lost his toy. I think here we just take the Visionary. I'm just gonna pass. Ooh, come on. The beauty of it is like we don't have to sink mana into this reclaimer. Oh, they just can see. All right, brainstorm locked. I guess I'm assuming. All right, that was nothing on my behalf. Really, our opponent kept what seemed like a loose hand, and then got punished. Notably, we actually have more lands than some of these control decks. I think they're playing 20. We have 21. But neither here nor there. Thank you, Oliver. Thank you, Oliver. That's true. Fiend Artisan, maybe the best card that's not discovered all these years. That really has been 1 year, I guess. Oh, 2 years. Came out in 2020. To be fair, I actually think even if I tested it at the time, which I didn't because companions were around and just like completely broken, not to be testing with that. I don't think it would have been good enough. Thank you, Steve. I appreciate that. Yeah, I just cannot believe just like randomly. I didn't think I was gonna actually play Magic this week because I was feeling a little burnt out, but I felt like with SCG Baltimore coming this weekend and my patrons, really counting on me to like deliver at least the best list I can. I felt like I needed to really test, more than one copy, which is what I played last week for the showcase, and it did not disappoint. Like, so for what it's worth, when it came out in 2020, yeah, there. Okay, so in testing the one of, it actually came up a lot against Ethan Cummins, where I would just artisan for Shriekmaw against Delver, and they're just like getting terminated a creature every turn, right? What was I gonna say? I do not think Artisan would have been good enough when it first got out, even if I tested outside of the companion meta at the time, right? With Lurrus being completely broken, Yorion being very good too. Let me keep this. I think what makes Artisan good is namely the 3 drops that came out from Modern Horizons 2, which is Endurance and specifically Gris. Like being able to turn to a Gris, like that is a literal nightmare for your control opponent. And then Endurance being very good against Delver, obviously. I think those two. I think it's one of those things where it got printed before the payoff did, right? So like you don't think about trying it again until recently, which we did. I actually had the idea because ever since Scavenge Ooze got power crept out of the format to try it because it would be a lock piece against Delver and better late than never, right? It's been about a year since Modern Horizons 2 came out, and I think I'd rather be a year late than never have tried it at all, right? I think here we're just gonna play the Shepherd, just like vomit our hand turn 2. Depending what they do. Notably, Roger Steady usually plays Painter. They're on like Tropical Island, so I don't know what's going on. Okay, it looks like they're on Infect. All right, we may just be dead. We may just be dead. Unfortunately, here, even natural order doesn't save us because we can't natural order in time. They may read that, but I think there's a chance we're dead here. I mean, I'm almost certain there's like a ton of things in Legacy that are just not discovered yet. The shell of Black Red Reanimator had been out for years before it got discovered. All right, we just have to clench. All right, I think we're dead. Sad face. Fiend Artisan unfortunately doesn't stop this, notably, but I don't think anything could have mattered there. All right, this is the matchup. Yeah, so the thing of why I think that's the case is because the brightest minds, in my opinion, all play Delver, or because it's just less work, right? Like, or well, let me rephrase that. The best players tend to play Delver because it's just less work, so they don't have to like. They usually play multiple formats, and they just like come to Legacy and just like pick up a deck that's plug and play. Oh, thanks, Star Fox. I appreciate that. But the thing is that the people who brew, I think every once in a while this happens, right? Like for instance, the shell of Black Red Reanimator, which was very good maybe a few years ago, still decent now, but like very very good in the hands of Eric Land many years ago, was out for like 4 or 5 years, and just nobody put it together because the other thing is people love to play with cantrips, and Reanimator was in blue and blue black for a long time, and just it was like heresy to cut the blue cards, right? But finally somebody did, and well, the meta thing is a different thing. I think, Steve. I think a deck is either good or bad. This is what I learned from Jax. And sometimes you have bad matchups, obviously, but I think any good deck, even a bad meta, will still be okay. I think crop rotation is still good. Endurance is good. I don't think we want agent here. I don't think we want bog. Yeah, the first black red decks were playing like sneak attack, right, to get around graveyard hate, for instance. How am I boarding as this deck? I don't even know. Oh yeah, it looks like I'm boarding out two Waterwood and one, two Waterwood and one and two Visionary. Leyline, opposition agent. I don't think we want C's. It's like tempo negative. I don't really like it against these kind of decks. Let's try it like this. Possible we should just board it in just because we need help. Sure. Actually, maybe that's correct. Maybe I'm supposed to board in C's. So yeah, if you run into Infect over this weekend, you're on this list. Possible you might want to board in C's instead of the glimpses. Hey Eli, how's it going? It's going good. It is going good. I was just mentioning that yeah, it's been a year since Fiend since Modern Horizons 2 came out, right? And I think in this kind of matchup, do we want Artisan or not? Notably, we could play Malera if we really cared about like being Infect, but it's like very narrow. I feel like it's probably Shepherd. Not this is not a great matchup for Artisan for what it's worth because we're not playing Malera or an opposite agent doesn't really do anything. Once upon a time, probably the most underplayed card in Legacy, I think. Sure, Eli. All good. For what it's worth, I'm up to 4 copies now. And everybody who's tried it so far thinks it's like the second coming, right? So I think here we're just gonna get a cradle and then pass. I think the thing about Artisan is like when it first got spawned, also the people who did try it tried to build around it and just like played a lot of bad cards to support it. I just don't think that's how you build like decks in general. Like I don't know. For me, I don't like to build. I don't like having to add cards that need other cards to be good. Even if you're like tribal, for instance, right? Obviously, they could like kill my thing here, but if they do, nothing I can do about it. Boring. I never thought elves would be boring, Dan. They might pump here. I don't know. We'll see. Sure. Mm, I'm gonna fire off the glimpse, and the reason being is because the endurance represents extra mana. There's a couple of names. There's Nightmare Elves. There is Green Black Rock, right? Like a lot of people have joked this is the Jund deck, really. Oh, that is a sick draw that we needed. We're gonna go off now. Oh, another sick draw, by the way. Survival. Okay. Oops, all Kratos looming here, right? A little too many Kratos. Maybe the crop rotation not right. I played the crop rotation because I think it's good for paper, and I wanted to. Whoever's watching me can just like watch the gameplay for SCG Baltimore, but no, we'll see. I guess. Mm. Hey, So Strong, how's it going? One of the best modern players I know. Obviously, Dinglish is here too. Great modern player himself. For those of you who are curious how strong I think Artisan is, to make room, I even cut a glimpse of nature. That just for perspective. This, I don't. I also love glimpse of nature, so it was very, very painful for me to do. I do actually. Oh, we can't do it yet. I was gonna say we can pump, but then they die, right? Like afterwards. All right, we're just not gonna do it. Uh, Unfortunately, we don't have the wasteland anymore in the sideboard, but that is okay. I think we do it this way. And we most definitely block here if they attack with a Glycerin Elf. My guess would be they're gonna fly in with the Inkmont Nexus. The Glimpse actually did do work for whatever it's worth here. Even though we thought about boarding it out for the Seas, right? I think the issue I have with Seas is they're kind of a tempo deck in disguise, and I just don't want to fall behind in tempo against this kind of deck. Maybe a Blighted Agent here? No. Green? What could that be? Sure. Not really. It's crossed my mind like as an option. I just don't think it's worth it. Okay. Hey Fulton for unfortunately I'm already at the max. I don't know why this is the case, but I've been having issues with the sound. Like for some reason people can't hear me. Like and I already have it at the max. I don't know what to do. Uh, all right. Move the mic closer. The thing is, it's a webcam though. I could move it a little bit closer. Let's do that actually. I'm not gonna yell. So I'm gonna move it my monitor here a little bit closer. Hopefully it helps. All right, does that help? It moved up like an inch closer, maybe a little more. All right, we'll see. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to like go blind too, bro, from the monitor being too close to me. The web, it's cause okay. I already know. I have the solution. Immediately after the stream, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use whatever Patreon money that comes in this month specifically for a new mic. I think that's gonna be the number one goal. Thank you, Adriano. So we'll do that. Yeah. The number one goal now for the stream is I need to buy a mic, and I'll just use the money that's coming in from all my. Thank you, everybody who's donated or supported me via Patreon. I'm gonna use this month's Patreon. Thank you. Okay, I'm glad moving the mic helped, but I'm gonna use that money towards a new mic. Camera, we'll see, but yeah, I think the number one priority because I know it's the viewing experience, right? And then thank you, D. I appreciate that. I will definitely buy a new mic. That is on my to-do list. Okay, cannot keep this. This is unfortunately this does happen every once in a while because we're playing more lands. I just like rather not give my opponent free wins from like losing the wasteland, especially out of Delver. So sometimes you do have these kind of opening hands. That's good, Eli. I'll check that out. I do want to like see like people do enjoy at least to a small extent. Excuse me. This is not great, but I think we have to keep. I think people do enjoy some of my elf streams. So I do want to do this like at least as a hobby going forward. Uh, looks like ponder. All right, that's good. But yeah, the reason why I used to board in discard against infect, and I just found like you lose out to some of the grindy hands if you do that because like they start to bash with like a blink agent with noble hierarch every turn. I thought it'd be the volume outputs in the stream software. It's not. I have it all the way maxed, faulted form. One second. Got a message. Okay, so I got a message from Decent. I will take a look at that later. Thank you, So Strong. I appreciate that. I actually want to. It's just the time is the thing, right? So Strong. I do really want to play Modern again, and there are some decks obviously that I would be more prone to playing, so to speak. Yeah, it's not OBS because I have it max, and I don't know like what you want me to say like on that. Okay, let me. I'm looking at the settings right now. See if there's a thing. Um, Not yeah, I can't find it. Oh, okay. Just like I'll fix this later. I'll bring up my OBS. Like it here's my OBS. It is fully maxed. For those who don't believe me, like everything is fully maxed. Oof. That's gonna be annoying. I think we get agent here and hope Gris is gonna be enough, but probably not. I know, right, Eli? I think we get agent. Okay, so they know what's up. Like that's heads up by them. I mean, if anything, this deck is like very dangerous. Like pretty much everything but zero, you probably have the force, and arguments made zero, you have the force anyways. I don't love this matchup because they attack on an angle that we aren't really defending against. Not because we don't think it's powerful. It's just like it's not really represented, right? Like I don't think in fact is like has put up results like lately outside of maybe like one top eight from Fenris Cloud. We might be dead. Looks like we're dead. Yeah. Okay. Obviously, this glimpse of nature could have been a C, so maybe this is just a different story. But I think we just top decked that too. So it would have been too late too because the agent would have already been. I forget when we drew this the glimpse of nature, but this I don't love this matchup. I also lost at this matchup last night, ironically, against Fenris Cloud. I think it was also 1-2. I lost games one and three. Especially game one, I find very difficult because when you see the username Hello Nita, you know there's no force of will, so they just like mulligan to the nuts against me. A lot of these combo decks. Uh, Usually the answer is I can win games two and three, but Infect is one combo matchup that I am not prepared to beat at the moment. Obviously, things can change if I like play a Malera or something, right? But it's a different story. Also, they even had the force, so it just doesn't even matter, right? Like, I don't. I think we're losing that game no matter what. Like outside of maybe Shepherd plus Green Sun for Malera, like and that's assuming I care enough to play Malera. All right, this is pretty solid, I think. But yeah, on the topic of Soul Strong, I do want to play Modern. I will probably consult you personally, Soul Strong, for the type of decks I may enjoy. The reason why I don't is just I just don't have the time, right? Like, okay, let's see. I think we want to save this for to represent a potential arbor. Eli, I would agree. Like I know about the Malura tech. I just like choose not to do it because I just don't think it's worth it, right? Like, I agree, it's probably lost in the sauce. It's just like, but why? I think here, I don't want to expose my cradle. With the wasteland up, I think we just want to slam the artisan. If they want to daze it or force it, then that's fine. Sure. It really is Pog. Right? Ironically enough, PZ is actually quite annoying for me because the deck is not really built to like handle this card. But I think that changes a little bit too with Artisan for Maul. The hoof was a horrendous draw, by the way. All right. I think I'm gonna do it now. Well, I can. I'm gonna like stabilize the skies with what is it called? Endurance. Where is the endurance here? I mean, maybe I don't know. Like I wouldn't be surprised. It like lines up better against some of the other stuff that Delver isn't. Like, namely, it gets value, right? It's all these 1/1 tokens poking at you. So the reason why I did what I did there is because like I'm staring down these double delvers now, right? Like I have to stop the bleeding. Now the artisan potentially can get me there. No, it did get the endurance, which is really nice, but I feel like they're gonna flood in probably with everything here. I'd have to imagine. Put me on a one turn clock. 6, 7, yeah. I think they needed an attack there. Might have just bought me extra turns. Okay, that's good. Can't attack. Agreed, Eli. They might have just threw the game by not attacking that. Like that's just so much damage, right? They lose a Delver, but so what? Oh my god, that's annoying. Pain. I don't think we can fetch here, unfortunately. That's pretty good. Yeah, we're probably dead. Yeah, I can't imagine we can get out of this. Okay, more. I mean, they might still win just because we drew the hoof, unfortunately. So that like screwed everything up. But they definitely gave us a chance. Actually, I'm gonna do it now, so they don't get iteration. Actually, I should have waited for them to get sanctuary and then do that. It was a mistake by me. So they still have sanctuary in their deck. So I kind of screwed that up a little bit. I don't think it matters because we're pretty behind. Small misplay by me right there. All right, now they wise up and attack with all. All right, looks like we have to block one of their things. Go to one. If we didn't draw this hoof, they would punish us the game by not attacking with all that other turn. Oh, they have ooh, I just realized. They have the Brazen Baller. So ugh, that's really nasty. How do we get out of this? The one thing we could do is like natural order pretend for lethal. Because they borrow, we can't block is the issue. We can get the grist, but then the problem with grist here is we can't block the rest of the stuff, right? I think our line here is actually. Jesus. I think the line here is to natural order and pretend like we have new lethal. and I'll get our opponent to scoop. Not meant to be, unfortunately. Yeah, we're dead. Ugh, not meant to be. 12. Drawing the hook was really bad there. Really bad. This is why I actually like the Progenitus in the sideboard, because I want to avoid losing game one to Delver like this. Well, losing game one in general, but especially to Delver. I think we win this game, granted with some assistance from our opponent. Otherwise, the Peasy was kind of annoying, ironically. We're leading with a redundant copy here. Maybe they bolt, maybe they don't. I don't know. I think we have bash first. See what they do. Then we're gonna play the Arbor. We're a little soft here to end the festivities, but our hand can't really play around it. Possible we want a mulligan. I just don't like mulligan like in most hands against our opponent. Again with a Peasy, ironically playing a card that lines up well against us. Ooh. I think while they're tapped out here, I think I'm gonna do it. I'm just gonna like, well, no. I was gonna hardcast the endurance, but we had the shepherd protected anyway, so they'd be losing a card. Might be greedy, but I feel like maybe they just aren't playing Murktide, but I find that hard to believe. It, yeah, like this is kind of annoying for us. It's worse against most decks though, for whatever that's worth. A top deck Glimpse of Nature is what we need here. Top deck Glimpse of Nature. They're thinking about it, which tells me maybe they have Submerge into Force. There's the Submerge. So they messed up here. They had a chance to actually daze us, but they didn't. They forced it instead. Like there was a window to. Oh, Jesus. I think we lost this. Like our hand has lined up poorly against the PZ, and I think there's an argument to be made that we. I think there's an argument to be made that we want to mulligan that hand, but we did draw up endurance, which is like, if we had endurance in our opening hand, it would have been okay. So here's the Murktide. I think in the end it didn't really matter because they forced the endurance, which would have only gotten like one or two cards. I don't remember which. I think one card. So they would have been able to do Murktide regardless. But notably, our hand is not does not line up well against this version. That's a good draw. We have to hope. We need a Heritage Druid here, or Green Sun would have helped. Actually, what we needed there was to Once Upon a Time for the Heritage Druid. Nope, didn't matter. I think we don't want to reveal this to our opponent. Oops, wrong one. In case for the future. I need to look at this matchup again. It just felt like we maybe did not keep a good hand. So that would be maybe the takeaway. They should bash with all, to be honest. There we go. So 5-6, we're dead. They have a ball too, looks like. Let's take a look at that again. I think that was kind of interesting. Yeah, maybe in hindsight you mulligan this. I just like keeping lots of hands, like lots of lands against Delver, but maybe they didn't even play Wasteland. Like I don't know. I don't remember if they did or not. Maybe I think they did game one, but I could be wrong. But nevertheless, yeah, I think it's like weird, right? I keep most hands. Unfortunately, that's like on the worser side of things. But cannot be results oriented. All right. Let's see how this goes. While this is going, I'm gonna get some more water as this queues up. Alright. Let's see if we can do better. I think we keep this. Pretty solid hand, to be honest. It's just rough. Our, we got two not common builds right now. Well, one is a okay, kind of common, I guess. Yeah, but not Young Pyromancer, which we don't line up very well against at the moment. But we also don't expect to play against it. It has put up 0 results. Um, in fact, like I said, it's just the one top 8 from Fenris Cloud a couple months ago, I think. I think here we just lead with the Shepherd. Actually, I messed up. I should have led with the Green Sun. Because we need the mana. That was a misplay. We get bailed out, we draw a land, but otherwise it's a huge misplay. Alright, we got bailed out. We notably have a... Oh, we don't have the collective. That's right. Yeah, it's in the sideboard, but that's okay. What do I want to do here? I don't think we want to reveal that for game one. We're gonna get Visionary and just draw, like, put more power on board. And then we have them dead next turn. Like, unless we get comboed out, right, by like Painter or something. So I should not have a cage game one, but you never know. Alright, they're gonna needle the Shepherd, that's fine. I think they're just dead. I don't think our opponent knew what we were on, because if they did, I don't think they can keep that hand against us. Like, where you just hope Saga is gonna get there. I don't know what they're on, but like... Okay, let's say they're on 8 cast, so we would've won regardless. F6. Again, I don't want to reveal this, right? Our opponent is dead. There's no need. Here the collective comes in. I think so does the Caracas. The agent is good against Saga. I can board out the Gris. I don't like it. I think the Bog can come out, and then the Endurance can come out. Agent could randomly steal a game against Saga, but it's typically a little bit slow in these kind of matchups. This is like an excellent hand, right? Like, this is a must force. That's the great part about Artisan. They kind of had to answer up front because only a psychopath would play Artisan in the first place. So they probably have the answer of whatever you're playing to if they're already playing Artisan. So I'm gonna deck thin before once because potentially I hit a Shepherd here. I do. The reason why this is relevant, right? You force the Artisan through it and you just like lock out their deck. Yeah, I don't. Maybe our opponent doesn't know this matchup. They haven't done anything yet. Do we attack here? It's probably free, but yeah, I think it's free. I'm trying to think what they could possibly have. I think our opponent is dead unless they have a cage exactly right now. Hmm. That was easy mode. We didn't even need a collector with them. Unfortunately, the I forgot what we played round one. 4 minutes, 3 minutes. Oh, that was the control player, I think. The control player was where I don't know if Eli was around for that, but that was where Artisan was really good. And then some non games really in matches 2, 3, and 4. Actually, you can argue game one was a non game. Match one was a non game too because we were just like so far ahead despite their supreme verdict. Like game one, sorry, match one, round one, we had like Artisan on two, and then on three they just didn't remove it, so we got a grist and just like ran away with the game, right? Like they had turn four supreme verdict, but it just doesn't matter when you have a grist now. By the way, that's the new generation BFF, right? The old one was Visionary and Wirewood. I think the new one now is Artisan and Gris. It's like a free demonic tutor every turn, right? So maybe we can salvage the 3-2 here, and hopefully get some more metagame matchups. 8 cast is a meta deck, but I don't really value the reps against it because I think in most circumstances, if you cast spells at random, you're probably gonna win against 8 cast. Thank you for the raid, punishing wildfalls. Appreciate it. Shockwave X30. Sure. Keep. So am happy we're playing against somebody who's 3-0. So the practice is gonna be good. Thank you, Matt. Appreciate that. I think here we're just gonna go ahead and ramp. Playing a pretty spicy list. For those of you joining in from Punishing Waterfalls' stream, hopefully he had a good stream. We are playing essentially a rock deck now. Notably, our hand here is very elfish, but 4 Fiend Artisan in the list. Just for like infinite tutoring, right? Mm. I think we slam this. I think it's a must force if they have force. Lost to. Oh, interesting. Again, it's the same thing, right? Your opponent is psycho enough to have a Fiend Artisan in their deck. They probably have psycho enough to have some monstrous thing like that you're probably afraid of. So it's a must force or daze. Keep in mind, Fiend Artisan can get Opposition Agent, which is like, if they're on Doomsday, very relevant. Alright, they dazed, that's fine. I don't think our opponent has a choice, like, quite frankly. A cool line that we did with Kern on the stream the other day was, we Artisan for Shepard to force a natural order through. Uh, which is like pretty sweet. I believe they are on Doomsday, based on the play pattern so far. Ironically enough, our deck gets even weaker to Opposition Agent in the mirror, but we were already very soft to that card regardless. So I don't think much changes, to be honest. That's actually a notable card. Yo, how's it going, Mike? It goes well. It goes well. We are only 2-2 at the moment, but I do think the list is good. Feels like they're on Doomsday, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna once to try to find the Shepherd. That's not the Shepherd, unfortunately. The Boseiju is kind of interesting here. If we play the Heritage, yeah, I think I take the Heritage here. Thank you for the follow, Young Blood Magic. I think we bash with both. There's really no need reason not to. Yeah, but Sage is also not good if they know about it, right? That's the other thing. Ironically enough, here the Fiend Artisan is lethal, so they have to kill us this turn because we can just, like get hoofed, right? There's like new lines I'm like learning, right? Jenny Faye. All right, our opponent might just be dead. I think they're gonna get hoofed right now. We do have the endurance too, which is like protection against whatever they may be doing. Artisan notably a little bit like Reclaimer in that again you don't have to spend the mana up front, but they have to deal with it up front. Alright, they're just dead. I don't think they realize they're dead, but they're dead. Yeah, I think it's the real deal. I think this card is more, in my opinion, the discovery of Fiend Artisan in this deck is probably bigger than the printing of Allosaurus Shepherd, in my opinion. It's absurd with Gris. Also, you can just like kill like that. We just did. I'm almost certain they're on Doomsday. We'll board accordingly. I think that's correct. Let me just take a look at my cheat sheet here. I think Allosaurus Shepherd is pretty overrated. First of all, I think just blue mages like to complain about it, but I don't think it's actually that as good as people think it is. And number two, like I value consistency a lot. This adds more tutors to the deck, so and like I said, Allosaurus Shepherd I think is a little bit overrated. Um, I think what is better in Fire Era than Fiend Artisan is probably Once Upon a Time and Reclaimer, but I think this edition is bigger than Allosaurus Shepherd personally. And like I said, I like Allosaurus Shepherd loses to a sneeze, right? Like, and also like against these non-blue decks, it just doesn't do anything. I think this is a keep, but it is pretty sketch. It's like got all kinds of weapons, but it's like pretty sketch. Allosaurus Shepherd actually, ironically enough, when I as I say that, is good in this matchup, but I think you beat the control mages regardless of it or not. Like they complain on turn 8, like or 10 that they lose to Shepherd. I'm like, you really lost when you didn't answer the reclaimer on turn 1, and I got a guy's cradle. Although this, I will say, has helped the chalice matchups a lot. All right, we miss unfortunately. Ooh, they're gonna daze that? Jesus. All right, we got screwed over. You think ain't Anthem? No, they had daze, Mike. So we gotta pass now because they dazed that. I think Doomsday plays like one or two, right? I could be wrong. I don't know exactly, but ugh, that's annoying. I think we pitch now the order. I definitely did not think they were gonna daze a Once Upon a Time, but I mean, sometimes like that's how they get you, right? Hey, Answer Key Gaming, how's it going? We just got like cheesed out of the game potentially, yeah, with a daze on a Once Upon a Time. Ham was good. I just didn't expect them to do that. Yeah, yeah. I feel good about this keep for what it's worth. I think we're not casting Agent anytime soon, so I'm gonna bin it. Possible we don't bin because we don't want them to know about it for game 3 because of Artisan, but I think we're pretty behind. Sure. They are 100% on Doomsday now, right? Like they took the endurance. We're at F6. Ugh. If you ask me, would I keep that hand again? The answer is yes. It just didn't work out. So, Mike, have you got a chance to play with a new list yet or not yet? I'm starting to learn if you take. Oh, nice. Grand Canyon's really awesome. Yeah, Vegas is. I just went like a few months ago. I want to say it was like just. I forget why I was there. Oh, I think it was a convention or something. I don't remember. But yeah, we went to. I remember now. It really did. I yeah. On the last stream, I got asked about it. Um, there was a comment that said that it didn't look that impressive, and then my only response to Kieran was, well, Kieran was co-hosting with me, but my only response was, I'm willing to bet my Magic career on this. That's how confident I am about the card. Sure. All right. So the good thing is we would have lost anyways. The once upon I would have whiffed if they didn't daze. I think we just run it back. Like, yeah. So I was thinking about it, right? Like crop rotation and Green Sun Zenith. So crop rotation became Reclaimer, and then we kind of have now our Green Sun Zenith on a stick, right? Like, or on a creature, I should say, on legs. I think is the correct terminology. I think this is beautiful. We go turn one Seas into turn two Artisan. Ooh. The fatal push is like kind of annoying. I think we actually take the push here. Another thing I've been thinking about is, especially post board, I think Birchlord Rangers maybe plays better with the deck as currently constructed. So possibly instead of 3-1 split, maybe 2-2 split with Heritage Druid. I think we're slamming Artisan here. I think they have no choice but to force or daze. This is a must force, in my opinion. Like I'm again, it's the argument, right? Like unless you had Drew removal, that's the only other thing, right? What do you mean by flex spot answer? Like I think what it does is it forces us to decide what maybe they found the removal. We'll see. It forces us to decide what we think is the weakest card, and we already. I've already done that exercise a while ago. For this day, right, to come. I think the first thing is the collector oof, and then once we have the mana, we're gonna get agent. So this is what I mean by I think Heritage Druid is actually not as good with the deck because I think there's like a fewer elves, right? So I think we want the mana immediately. What the heck? Okay, did not expect that, but alright. Definitely was not playing around that card, for what it's worth. Definitely was not playing around that card. Actually, this might be respect to elves, right? Like, elves is like one of the better decks. Why are they forced that? Why are they playing peak? This seems like a bad list. We got blown the heck out by that card though. For sure, for sure. I agree with that answer he gave me. Like you don't know what you actually can live without with that when you until you actually have to make the cut, right? I actually think Glimpse, my perspective was just too good to not play before, but not true anymore because we have options now, right? Before we didn't have options, but there is merit. What did they pitch by the way to force peak? That's right. I think they play the Ponder, so they have a pedal and some stuff we don't know about. I think we have to hold the endurance. I would love to cast it, but I think we want some kind of disruption. This is also what I mean, right? Like it's hard to get to three now with heritage, so I think the 2-2 split might be correct. As the deck is becoming less of an elf deck and more of a like a mid range rock deck or with a natural order kill. They have 5 lands. Do they know? No, they don't know about our endurance. Glimpse is a mana sink card quantity, not quality. Tutors reduce the need for amount of cards because you can choose. For sure, yeah, yeah. Also, the glimpses. The reason why I cut to three is because like you don't really want to draw two in this deck. Like in the opening hand, it's like a death sentence. I just played it 4 copies, knowing this for a long time because there's no good replacement. But I think that's not the case anymore. Like I don't want to replace it just for like a Queen Ranger, for instance. It's not like the same appropriate power level. Like I'll live with it before for those times where I draw two in the opening hand. They're just like both dead, right? Like one is definitely dead. Depending on your opponent, the second one could be dead too. If they have like all removal, right? Like and you just cannot get off the ground. Also, there's just like really no need for mana sinks anymore because Artisan is 4, Green Sun is 8, and Natural Order is like 12 or 11, I guess. Also, Endurance Pitch does come up. Uh, what do you mean by that, Mike? So another thing I kind of realized too is imagine if Deathright Shaman were legal. Not that it would be anytime soon, but then we would have 8 black cards in the deck, and Grief suddenly becomes an option. That would be pretty sick. Sure. Presumably name, I don't know, Heritage. I mean, a Waterwood symbiote. They boarded in 3 needles. This is awesome. Hey, it is mental misstep in the house here. One of the best players in all of Magic. I don't think I want Grist number two, but I have to think about it. Well, they bought it in Needle because they saw Fiend Artisan in the other game. We killed him game one with Artisan for 8. Artisan notably gets opposition agent too. I think this is the new coming for elves, right? Like, I'm playing 4X now. I just think this card is incredible and wish I tested it earlier. All right, I think we cast this and hope we have lethal here. It does lose some stock. Yeah, I agree. All right. We went 3-2. Our two losses were notably to a young Pyromancer deck that I don't think our deck was uh, you know built to handle, so to speak, because we haven't seen it in a while. And also, we drew kind of cold that game. The other deck was to Infect, which I think is probably a bad matchup, like straight up for the version we're playing right now. I know, right? Okay, I'll bring up the deck mental misstep. So, said Reese here, the Cedrus. Hopefully, I'm pronouncing it correctly. Yeah, so people have made the joke in the last few days because I don't know if Sed knows the backstory, but on Sunday's challenge, or the actually even the days leading up to it, I played one Fiend Artisan in my list for the showcase qualifier. Unfortunately, I hit Moon Stompy and I hit Oops all spells in the first 3 rounds. So I cast less than 10 spells in 3 rounds. Like I didn't really get to play Magic. But shout out to Punishing Waterfalls for rating us though. Appreciate that, even though we lost to him. But after I revealed the card, Fiend Artisan, and Curran Testacular played it on Saturday, but he out of respect for me, he chose not to reveal my tech until after the showcase. Yeah, it was just unfortunate because I tweeted out about this. I'll bring it up. I felt really prepared for the meta as long as I like don't get cheesed out by Moon Stompy and dodge the one or two oops players, right? But here we go. All right, so here is the tweet from Sunday that makes sense. Yeah, I saw Nathan top four, I think, with Green White Depths. The matchup I felt good about in particular was I assumed some people would audible to Green White Depths because I know Rodney Bedell had done really well with Depths and the meta seemed decent for it. Because you had a good Delver matchup, you had a good what is it called? You had a good decent enough Moonstomping matchup and a decent enough tribal matchup. But since then, a couple of people have messaged, wow, the one of Fiend Artisan is just incredible. So on Tuesday, I decided to stream with three, and just for science, right? Turns out three is not enough. I just want to play the full set. It's just like an incredible card, I think, within the context of this core, right? You have like a million one drops you can just pitch to it. Um, you don't like Reclaimer. You don't actually have to sink mana into it until you get whatever you need. Right, right, right. So I think elves is pretty decent, especially the way I built it for the showcase. I just didn't run into any depth players, but I did have the Karagas, which I don't. Some people don't consider this a must. I do, regardless of meta. But I did also play an additional crop rotation. The sideboard was a little bit different. I obviously didn't have the agent because I just didn't feel like I needed it for that matchup. Yeah, I would imagine the elves matchup would be at least against this build, not great, and against Fluffy 21. I don't know if it's 21 his last name, but when he's using it, I think that one's probably okay. And I know Nathan beat him in the top 8, but I think the matchup against me would have been kind of bad the way I built the list. But Pyroclasm definitely would have not been on my radar. So potentially could have been got by that for sure. But again, a good matchups against goblins too, and I don't know how the slivers matchup is, but for some reason a lot of tribal in that showcase. And then yeah, since then I just like playing. I tried 3 on Tuesday stream, and then this is Thursday now. I'm up to 4 because I just think the card is just incredible, and the day has finally come where I've cut down to only 3 glimpse natures. As painful as that sounds for me, but because I do think there is a liability, like I don't really want to draw 2. Well, this is not the type of card you board out, right? If you're playing it, like it's like Green Sun Zenith, right? I typically will not board out green. Like obviously, if this becomes too much of a thing, then like Graph Digger's Cage, Containment Priest, or a Containment Priest is not great by the way against this deck because of Gris, or Opposition Agent become a thing, right? Yeah. So the logic said is uh, there really is no other cut, I think, and I really want the endurance main because between 4 Artisan and 4 Green Sun, you're gonna endurance or tutor for endurance to stabilize against Delver. I think a decent amount of time. None of these cards are really cuttable in my opinion. The only other card I can think of that maybe you can cut is like a second Visionary, but geez, like that feels painful to do as well, right? Like the power level on Visionary is just like a little bit lower than some of the other cards. I think some of these mana dorks are like necessary evils, like the Burst Lord Ranger to tutor for, and then like the 3 of Heritage Druid for speed. I do not think Wirewood is the cut. I having played with it like the last few days, I played with 4. I do not think this is a cut because it helps the Glimpse of Nature to put creatures back into your hand, right, when you need to. Also good with Visionary too to grind out. Like also, you're going from 12 to 16 must answers, which is like 4 Outsword Shepherd, 4 Reclaimer. Of course, this like depends on the matchup, right? And then 4 Wirewood, and then 4 Fiend Artisan now. Like there are must answers. But yeah, it really pained me to go down to 3 Glimpse. But it's a thing I had in mind for this day. I can see 3-3 being better than 4-2, etc. But I'm just assuming this is gonna change a lot in the future still. Potentially, yeah. Like this is all like new stuff, within the last 2 days, more or less, right? I only started trying more than one copy 2 days ago. I think Heritage at minimum is a 1 because you just want to tutor for it. Sometimes you just need Black Lotus, right? Do you ever untap the Artisan with a symbiote for a second activation? I did untap for it. I tweeted out yesterday, but it was for lethal, right? Like I tutor for hook and then untap the Artisan. Have you already thought about possible non-creature that you can find for Artisan game 1? I have, and I might investigate this further. Like not too long ago, I had this idea already, right? Like 1 Artisan, 1 Opposition Agent. The problem with Opposition Agent is I do not really want to fetch black game 1. It plays really poorly against like these Wasteland or Blood Moon decks, and can be a liability, right? I like rather not have black cards game 1, but the map changes when you have 4 Artisan instead of 1, right? Like potentially I want Opposition Agent game 1, but I don't know for sure. Like it needs to be tested. But that's a very astute observation, and also it's been mentioned by a few other people trying the new list right now, right? Yeah, Wirewood also. So the other reason why I like Wirewood is like the untapping of Artisan to play defense is a thing too, right? Like, uh, and obviously the old best friends was Wirewood and Visionary, but the new best friend is Artisan for Gris, which is a gross, gross combination. Um, I'm gonna use the restroom real quickly before we start the next league. If there are any recommendations for me to change, maybe like the Heritage Birchwood split or the sideboard, um, I'm willing to entertain that. But I gotta use the restroom real quick, and then I'll answer any questions immediately after. I'll leave the list here in case anybody has any recommendations or questions. I'll be back. Alright, I am back. Mesmeric Fiend was talked about in the recently. Yeah, I thought about Mesmeric Fiend. I actually played it in a league. It never came up, but my guess after just boarding it in against, granted, the matchup was not the best for it, which was Reanimator, right? Um, my guess was maybe it's too slow, but notably against something like a Show and Tell or A plus B combo deck, I would love that kind of effect. But it merits potentially more testing. I just like maybe dropped it too quickly because it didn't feel great against Reanimator, but that's a whole different animal, right? Like, um, yeah. So that's the other thing, right? Like, Agent feels to me like a legacy card, regardless. Mesmeric Fiend, maybe. The thing is, like, I don't know if I want to play cards just because it can be found off Artisan, right? Like maybe otherwise it's not a legacy playable card. But it's hard to say, right? Because you have like essentially 5x. Another card that I know is like decent. I don't know if it like is worth it. Is Mass Vandal because the artisan can pitch a card for it, so it's already more cheaper than Rex Sage. Um, yeah, on rate exactly. That's what said is referring to, and that's actually why I stopped testing immediately the Mesmeric Fiend because I just didn't feel like a legacy card to me. I did happen to lose to that Reanimator player, but they went turn one, unmasked me into combo, so I don't think I'm beating that under most circumstances outside of like Leyline of the Void. So I don't think that's a good indicator, but yeah, I do think Reanimator is a fairly slightly positive matchup because they know we probably don't have Leyline, although I do have it tonight. So it depends, right? What matchups do I still want Glimpse where it's good? I believe Glimpse is still decent against any of these slower mid-range slash combo control decks. I think it's also good as essentially our expressive iteration against Blue Red Delver. Cutting Visionary, Glimpse, or Endurance. I don't love cutting Endurance for what it's worth. Answer Key Gaming. The reason why is because I see it myself tutoring for it randomly against either Uro or Murtai Regent decks or just Delver in general, right? So I don't love that. Yeah, you missed the whole league, Sadra. This is the second league now. Mm, I don't mind. I don't hate that. Okay, do I have that right now in my collection here? Where's the second Birch Lore? Looks like I do. So that's good. Let's try 2-2 split. See if that plays out a little bit, maybe better. Um, or just replace a fiend. Yeah. So there's a backstory to that, Decedrus. So rumor has it I have other accounts. I don't know where these rumors came from, but if true, I just move everything to those accounts, and then I like keep this pretty clean, so I don't see these draft fodder right that I otherwise had. I went 3-2. I lost to Infect and I lost to like Young Pyromancer Delver, which unfortunately I don't think our deck lines up very well against because Young Pyromancer and we drew kind of poorly game two, and we drew the hoof, so we couldn't actually kill game one. So I do think that was a little bit unlucky. Um, I think under better variance, so to speak, we probably still win. But we again we drew the hoof and couldn't kill. I think game two, like we ran a little cold. I think the Infect matchup is probably very bad. If I really cared enough, I could just play La Malera, but that's like going deep, right? Yes, I think Artisan. My opinion on it is still very good. It's soloed pretty much our round one opponent, and it would have been relevant against ACAS, but that matchup is already a bye. And it killed with Crater Hoof against Doomsday. So yes, I think it is still very good. Uh, I don't think I'm going lower than four. Like quite frankly, this card does exactly what we want it to do, which is it gives more consistency. Is a beater that like randomly is a 10-10 sometimes. It is a win condition with tutoring. It can grind people out with Gris, who's Yeah, I mean, we're still gonna lose to like turn one Blood Moon out of like Moon Stompy, but like it means some of these other matchups are, or some of these other games are now winnable, right? Um, I think this feels good. I think I do like going maybe 2-2 split because, like I said, it's probably a little bit less consistent, and Burst Lord just plays better too in general. Like especially post board when you want to go turn one C's, and then turn two maybe like I don't know Artisan, turn three Burst Lord plus another thing Cradle, or not even Cradle but like yeah Burst Lord another thing Cradle into Opposition Agent. Like I can see that being like a line. Still don't want Van. I just don't know what matchup, right? You think there could be any merit to just sideboarding the four glimpse for some matchups, or am I too attached? Um, I think there could be merit for the fourth glimpse. That is valid. Sadris the said, but the only thing is like the mapping doesn't really work right now because you do want to take out all these mana dorks. And the other thing about a glimpse too is like I don't think we need help in the matchups you probably wanted in, if that makes sense. Said so. Like I think the matches where glimpse is just like insane is maybe something like a D&T when they don't have Spirit of the Labyrinth, or I could see it being kind of like insane against I don't know. I guess Green White Depths comes to mind. What's another matchup where it's like very good? Green White Depths. A lot, I think against any control deck, maybe like a Bant is like very good. But or even like Jeskai. But the thing is, like, against these control decks, I think you're so favored, right? It just doesn't matter. Yeah, so like I said, right? Like I think Fiend Artisan being a must kill because you can just get Gris is just too much of a problem. Like, I'll bring it up real quick. I don't know if you saw it earlier. This this thing was like a absolute joke in game one. We'll replay game one for Sed here. I actually shout out to Sed by the way because whoever teams up with him or consults his advice does well. So my boy Will Kruger worked with Sed. I didn't know he worked with Sed to be fair, but afterwards for the showcase sorry the Magic Online Championship Series where Will ended up winning it all. So they both played Titan Shift and Will won it all, and then what's it called it? Nathan Stewart top four the showcase, also working with Sed. So I think shout out to Sed, who I think is one of the best, definitely deck builders around. Yeah, so I did. I was third as well when I qualified. But yeah, definitely third is sweet for sure. So here I like led with Shepard because I think I had a second one. Is that no, they led with Island is the reason why. So I just like forced through my stuff. I was gonna Green Sun for Gris turn 2 if they didn't do anything. Here they went ahead and removed the Shepherd. Uh, why? So this is just, in my opinion, the opponent not being aware of what this card is capable of, and just not respecting it, right? Because the way they played out, and we're gonna see a Supreme Verdict on turn 4, right? But like it seemed like they weren't aware we could just like get Gris and the game is over, right? So here we pitched the redundant Heritage Druid. I didn't want to run the Reclaimer in because like who knows what kind of random thing. Like I don't want to just like lose randomly to like who knows what. I don't like boarding an extra. What is it? Yeah, so that's the other thing. Narset is a thing, but so they've supremed us right here. But I don't even think we care because we have the glimpse of nature to refuel. Granted, three is nice, right? I don't really want to open with two, so we're gonna fetch end step and then like kind of. So the reason why I want to say I feel like we could be patient. I waited on the glimpse. I just like visionary, used the green sun, and then got another wirewood. And there's like bleeding them out more or less, right, for lack of better terms. Uh, so I think around the turn before, I already said the game was over. They just haven't realized it yet. And then yeah, we just kill. So I think I said two turns earlier they've already lost, but they just haven't realized it yet. And then let's go back. So the game two here was kind of ridiculous. They brainstorm locked themselves, but that's a whole different story. I don't think so. I think Artisan finding Gris is just too backbreaking for control. Yeah, yeah. The thing is, like, unless I don't know, unless somehow Terminus becomes a thing, like, and really good against the meta again, I think it's hard for control right now. Artie ideally should be a card that if you untap with, you win for sure. You're spending 2 mana, right? Like, it's along the line of the Stoneforge Mystic, Dahlia, whatever. And the nice thing is you don't have to sink the mana up front compared to the other options like Finale of Devastation or like Court of Calling or some of these other options that I think are just like 2 mana intensive because you have to pay it off front up front. I think we could just join the league. I jokingly called it Nightmare Elves because we're playing 4 Nightmares and it's a nightmare for control decks. But I'm glad to hear Sed and I now have something in common. He finished third at the Magic Online Championship, which is what I finished at when I competed 2 years ago. I went 2-1 in the draft portion, which was Zendikar Rising at the time. I think actually, shout out to Sed, who was actually helping me draft at the time because we are in a limited chat. So he and some others like Jarvis helped me with limited at the time. And then I went 2-1 in modern with Green White Reclaimer. For sure, Stage. I do think that's an anomaly. I do think we're gonna Artisan for Hoof pretty often. We've already done it once tonight. But yeah, it's pretty funny that the first one was for Progenitus because we ran into the Green White Depths player the other day and we had already used our Hoof early in the game. I actually don't think I'm gonna be, you know, pretty much. So when I got into contact actually with Will Kruger, and I told him I was probably gonna play Reclaimer for the 2020 at the time, Magic Online Championship. He was just like, I jokingly said, "Oh yeah, I gotta stay on brand, right? Like, what is this gonna do for my brand if I play at the time it was Euro pile?" Yeah, so maybe Fiend Artisan and Gris needs to be investigated in modern because although one thing is very different between this list and some of these modern lists, we have a broken land that allows like kind of infinite use of Fiend Artisan, namely Guy's Cradle. So I would be a little bit concerned about the mana, but because Cradle makes anything possible, right? It might be, yeah. Yeah, pretty much I'm sworn to Reclaimer forever, right? Jonathan Zhang once joked to me that like, think of my followers, right? Who's gonna be more hurt if I play like some of these blue piles? All right. Oof, this is not great. This is almost like a multi-5 already. Elvish Archer needs elves and to untap. Yeah, 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 for sure. Keep. Said might just be right. Like I'm no modern expert, but I just know like removal is like rampant. I think the way I mentioned this in my Discord before, the way I would build modern Reclaimer is probably with Saga, right? Like that's the most broken land. Like I'm trying to do the most broken thing possible. Oof. I think here. What are the chances we just Artisan here? I think we have to. That deck is basically the modern elves. Yeah. If they have Fury here, they probably have to do it, I would imagine. I could get a reclaimer and then have 2/3/4s. That's probably a good idea. I like that. And then like develop my mana by getting a cradle. Like I think that's probably reasonable. This is like a weird line that's going on here. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Said. So we paired into this actually 2 nights ago, and notably just had 2/7/7 artisans. Just like lost. All right. So they. Uh oh. Looks like a hardcast fury. Oof. Hmm. I think the line here might be to just play the visionary and just like try to draw into something relevant. Play around the blood moon while we can. Again, glimpse real bad here, right? Like it's not even a great meta for a glimpse right now because of this deck. Uh oh. That's real bad. I don't think they attack, yeah. This matchup not great. Ooh, 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 ooh. We're just gonna chain Tamagotchis, right? Like, let's see what happens. This mode actually been relevant against this deck, right? Like, while not great, I don't love the matchup. It's probably better than it was 4 days ago. Yeah, you just like keep chaining these 5/5s out, right? That they keep growing, right? They. Yeah, I can for sure. Sure. Wait, what? Oh, they use the mana. Sure. All right. So I guess I can't attack here. I cannot attack. Well, I think we do what said recommends and just like get more artisans, right? Now there's 6/6s. Okay, we're playing against like some weird red. It's like Moon Stompy, but like a little bit different, right? So I think here we're gonna bash, and I feel like we should take Chandra off the board. What does everybody think here? I think we take Chandra. Well, yeah, I think we take the Chandra off the board now, and then the Green Sun will just fuel another Grist, right? Like that's just kind of nuts. I think so. That was my line for sure, and it gets even harder for them to answer, right? We go in at Chandra. See what's up. god, this thing's gonna be huge. Too bad we don't have any more. Like, yeah, the fourth one mattered here. Usually the three might be okay, but the fourth one really mattered in this matchup here. Granted, it might have been, you know, kind of variance, but that's that's Chalice on two is hilarious here. All right. The question here is, I think we go face, right? Put them on a one-turn clock. What is the play here? I think we definitely play this. That's free. And I think, yeah, I think we just go face. Like, what are we scared of? There's no way they have a, or they shouldn't have an ensnaring bridge in their Layla deck. They might have another dead gone, but we'll see. Okay, wow. Unfortunately, the Grizz, yeah, we need black mana, but I think this game is probably unwinnable with the previous configuration of the deck, right? Like, I don't think we're beating a Fury into Chandra, like, with lock pieces. So this matchup is now not nearly as bad as it once was, in my opinion. It's probably still not ideal, but you do win some of their fair match hands now. We weren't gonna use the green under Moon, right? There's a chance we top deck Natural Order. I like to have the second one because of endurance too, which is like relevant in this matchup. You just want to like be bigger than them. They have a problem with like X4s. For sure, we still have some random elves like lurking around, right? I think Glimpse is like hideous in this kind of matchup. I think Oof is fine. I like the crop rotation because it could be a cradle. We this matchup is all about speed. The Maul's like not great, but I think you can like randomly hit a Rabble Master. I don't think so. My personal thing on that answer Key Gaming was my record against them was like 50-50, but keep in mind I felt like I was outplaying some of my opponents who were maybe coming from modern or like just picking up the deck for the first time. I did not feel the true win percentage was actually 50-50. If I had to pick, it was probably closer to maybe 35-65, and I was just making up for it because my opponent was newer to the deck and maybe didn't know the matchup. Um, yes, it is. It is right now. I think of the relevant meta decks, especially ones that would have been in the showcase qualifier, probably one of the harder ones. I think the only harder decks to beat than like Moonstopping right now are like either Ride of Flame decks, which if we care enough, we could hate out like Belcher, the Epic Gamble, the Epic Storm, Ruby Storm, or Oopsaw spells because of Leyline of Sanctity, which is like super annoying. But again, we have Leyline now, so maybe that's okay. I think this is probably okay. Yeah, so they have like 9 sweepers if I look correctly. If I remember correctly, like Moonstomping. I just like really don't want to play against it. Yeah. So the funny thing said and in Twitch chat is, I think we keep like the artisan tech had really nothing to do with Moonstompy, but it indirectly I think really I wouldn't say fixed, but definitely swung the percentages a significant amount. Like I think this is definitely one of the harder matchups. Otherwise, we obviously still lose to some of these like turn one blood moon hands or whatever, but like we can't beat everything. It beats some of their more medium hands, like the game before. And it's funny to say medium because they Fury us once. All right. I think here we just ramp. We boarded in removal. I think that's probably right. Wirewood seems very mediocre in this matchup. Sure. There's Confluence if they want to cast it. Probably right, to be honest. Like they deal us 4 and take off our ramp. Yeah, I think they're gonna Confluence here. Makes sense. We're here. I'm actually glad that I kept in this Shriek Maw because I can just like kill this thing, which is like starting to run away with the game, right? Shriek Maw notably plays very well with Fiend Artisan. It's come up in testing against Delver, like to kill Murktide or whatever you need in the late game. Ugh. So the good thing here is we're gonna go ahead and oops, bad sequencing by me. I should have led with a Burst Lore. Actually that was okay sequence because I forgot there's a 3-4 randomly. Ugh. So I could Gris here. The problem is then their Bugbear like gets through and like kills my Gris. What do I want to do? I feel like we just block with the Reclaimer. Like we can probably stomach one turn with their Ravager. Let me think. We minus. That's like kind of bad, right? Like they have haste creatures. I don't think we want to minus. Having the Burst Lord available to block is a thing too. Yeah. I think because we're at 7, there's no need to like be greedy here. I think we're like on the verge of stabilizing. The Birch Lord could matter here for like blocking reasons, but we'll see. Yeah, if they activate for the Bugbear, we can just like blow that up and then like potentially temple them out. But we'll see what they do. It could matter. The Shriekmaw actually bought us some time. We were pretty behind. Shriekmaw being a counting towards the Fiend Artisan, pretty sweet here too. Oh my god. Sure. So I think they did that to force an even trade, which I guess that's fine. They tap out. We're gonna slam down Grist. Hopefully hit like a relevant, like a reclaimer or something, like and have like defenses up. This matchup is quite hard, I think, but should be trending up now. We slammed it once here. Maybe get a reclaimer or something. Reclaimer is good. Artisan is good too. Uh, I feel like it's reclaimer because we want to be mana efficient, right? They're gonna attack, and we need to trade, and then we're gonna like play the reclaimer, play the grist, and then tick up. If I had one extra mana, I'd get the artisan, but I just think we need to stabilize here. Like I'm thinking about the next turn, right? I want to go grist for sure and tick up because if they have a dead gone, then we're like in trouble, right? Like yeah, the idea here is we're gonna go reclaimer into grist. Yeah, but Sage is completely broken. Are they not attacking? They better attack. I think they have no choice. Oh, for sure, Sage. It happens. Like I think if their draw 3 here isn't the worst for us, we slam reclaimer into grist, and that's probably stabilizing. But again, we need to get a little bit lucky and hope that they whiff here, right? Like they have 2 mana already. We have to block. That's obvious. Wow, they have nothing. That's a huge win for us. I think we're probably gonna stabilize now. That might be game, but we'll see. It's possible they drew into Fury too, which is annoying, but not the end of the world here. Hopefully, the next turn now, if we're planning ahead, the Once Upon a Time finds the another Tarmogoyf, right? And then we just like stabilize the ground. I am not at the moment, Sager. I don't think it is a need at the moment. But the reason being is because obviously they can kill the first grist, so you can't artisan for it again. But artisan can just get wirewood plus visionary and just like start to grind out that way too. Uh oh. Maybe hardcast fury and take out the grist. That looks like what it is. 2, 3, 4, 4. Alright, there is the. Looks like evoked fury for some reason. I guess they need the mana. Okay. I actually don't think so, Sadra. The reason being is because I just don't think we're scared of control. This is actually kind of annoying. They're attacking us. Interesting. I feel like because they attack us, we have to block because. Well, actually, if they have fire confluence, that's just big bad for us. Yeah. It seems like it. So the question here is, I feel like we still have to block, but I could be wrong. Not 100% sure. It feels like they have confluence though, but we'll see. That's an excellent top deck at least. Hmm. I think we play the fetch land because it plays around sorcery speed, like sweepers or whatever. Maybe they have dead gone. I don't know. Look, I think they have confluence though. What can we do? Like two confluences and a fury. We otherwise we stabilize at one. All right, let's see if we can get game three. The good thing is we're on the play now. But yeah, I agree. Like, I don't think we. I think the only way we beat that and assume they're on confluence is we take the damage and then we hope to tap the top deck natural order. That's the other line. But I mean, I don't know if we're supposed to assume they play correctly or not because not everybody plays correctly. But I think the winning line there, if we assume they're 100% on confluence, is we don't block and hope to tap top deck natural order. That card stager used to be Scavenge Ooze. I just do not think that is a real card anymore. What else is incidental life gain? That's probably the only one, right? I don't think Scavenge is like remotely playable in Legacy, at least right now. I think, yeah, I think it might have been correct to assume that they have it. Hope the top deck natural order. We did it. It is what it is, right? All right. They most certainly have a sweeper in their opening hand. Most likely Fury. Um, I guess we found Collector Oof or Tutor for it. We maybe have lived. Yeah, I didn't see their hand, but that's possible. They had two dens, Cedrus. So I think we're probably just dead regardless. I think it's correct. Now that you brought it up, it's probably correct to take the damage and hope to top deck natural order. We almost won that game too, and they had double fear. I'm sorry, double confluence plus. We're exactly at six, unfortunately. Interesting keep with no endurance or reclaimer. I'm just thinking of holding. Our deck top decks really well. I don't. Maybe it's a short sighted, but I tend not to. Yeah, for sure, Sages. I'm gonna do this. If they want to Fury me, like it's the 2 for 2. I think we're okay with that. And then we hold the wooded foothills in case they try to moon us. Sure. They Fury here. We have a 4/4. Like I think from your opponent's perspective, You have to respect natural order. Yeah. So I'm willing to take the 2 for 2 here. I think we get the Arbor here. They could kill it, but I think that just makes our Fiend Artisan even bigger, right? I don't think we care. We bash. The good thing here is if they don't kill our Artisan here, we have two 5/5 Artisans. Ugh, that's annoying. Green Sun or Artisan off the top would be sick here. There's the Green Sun. This is a disgusting gameplay that we're doing right now. Time for the train to start, right? Now it's out of Fury and Chandra range. Okay, interesting. What do we get here? It is Revenge of Tormagoyf. That is correct. It's funny, they cannot be chaining Fiend Artisans. Yeah, Tormagoyf's having his day, right? It's back. It's back in Legacy. Alright, that was pretty fun. I will quickly use the restroom and be back in about a minute. But notably beating, in my opinion, one of the worst matchups that we were likely to see. I'm glad you were convinced, Cedrus. I think, no, especially game one, where every fourth copy mattered, right? Yeah, I think the fair matches are just incredibly good now. Obviously, we still have to beat Delver. I don't really love Natural Order against Delver, but I mean, it's worth considering, I guess. I just think Delver is priced into trying to go underneath. Like, it's how are they gonna beat this card, right? Like, I think they're priced to go underneath us, and I don't think we want to keep a Natural Order result. What was I gonna say? Yeah, the I'm if Sed is convinced, that is a good sign for me because I think Sed is one of the best deck builders around. Yeah, so I don't know if you caught that, Josh, right now, but I think you did actually. You said that was the wildest Tomahawk we've ever seen. Just literally just took over the game against Moon Stomby, right? We should not be losing. Excuse me, fair matchups, in my opinion. I think so because keep in mind, like, um, especially these black decks, right, with Fatal Push and like whatnot. I think that could still answer Artisan. Also, they have like Baleful Strix, which is like absolutely annoying. I'm not. So, are you talking about in the context of elves? I'm assuming. Said if you even want to call this elves anymore, but I think there might even be more non-elves than elves now. Let's see. There's 4, 5, 6, 10, 11, 10, 12, 15 elves. I think non-elves is. I'm gonna exclude Arbor for a second. 4, 8. That doesn't count in my opinion. 9. This doesn't really. Well, I guess it goes. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So it's tied, I guess. If you exclude, like, Grist, that's really a Planeswalker. If you exclude Cradlehoof and Arbor. I guess it does. Agonize Coma. I guess it does. Yeah, this card, I think, is just. We went from 1 to 3, and the day we played 3 with Kern, it just did not feel like enough to me. I felt like I wanted the 4th. I know the question that's gonna get asked like over and over is like, well, how come it wasn't good initially? Two things happened when it got released. It was released with Ikoria, which had companions, which is the most broken mechanic we've ever seen. Lurrus might be the greatest creature we've ever seen. Period. Uh, and two, it the printing of Grist and Endurance were not around yet. I haven't, but I don't see why we would need to. I think the game is probably already over if that's the case. Uh, Not great. I think I'm just gonna keep whatever. Yeah, the thing is, there was never really anything to Artisan into, and now there is. In enabling, yet two really good targets in Endurance and Grist. Yeah, it's really. I jokingly say this is really a green pile, right? I think we lead with a Reclaimer here. I don't know if the previous match didn't convince you. I'm not sure what would, Josh. It was absolutely incredible. I don't think we win that game otherwise. Okay, it's the mirror. Unfortunately, we kept kind of a loose hand for the mirror. Let me think. Let me think. It's probably going to be adapted the next few weeks, but I'm excited to see how it is evolved. I don't. Yeah, yeah, for sure. Artisan. Not Thoughtseize, obviously. I don't think running everything out here is correct. I think we're just gonna pass and just like hope we top deck a Glimpse of Nature, right? 3 is a good number, but you can't. I think so too. I think unlike Glimpse, you're not really punished for multiples either. And like said, right, we're never gonna go down to like this is just based on what we just saw, it's just incredible, right? All right, I think we have to top deck really well right now. I think three is reasonable. I do not think two is the right number. Like, if anything has told me like from all this testing that there's no way two is correct. All right, not getting there. All right, I think what we're gonna do is we're just gonna slam everything down and just like hope we get the aggro plan gets there. Yeah, the Tomagorth cloning thing is like pretty nuts. I think we're gonna see if this is a real thing and just like terrorizes people the way Yurg has been the last few 8 challenges or whatever. I think we're gonna see more Grafdigger's Cage, and we're gonna see potentially more Opposition Agent. Containment Priest does not work because of Gris. Uh oh, we might just be dead. I think we are. Yeah, we did not keep a good hand. If we had known this was a mirror, and I think for leagues, I don't care to look up my opponent. I think if there's an event you care about, even if that's leagues, let's just say you care about leagues, then I think you should look up your opponent because you will get some percentage just knowing what deck they're potentially on. Of course, they can change, but me personally, I think the practice of not looking them up for a meaningless league match is worth more to me in the long run. Obviously, if it's like a tournament I care about, I probably do. But here it just doesn't matter, right? Like this is just really for practice. For sure, and that actually explains why Sid is so good, right? Like you want to also be able to adapt on the fly. So, for instance, let's just say you play against somebody with like, could be on anything, especially on paper when you can't really look up their history. You want to be able to adapt in case they are on either Delver, let's just say some kind of Tundra deck. Those are not very good at the moment, in my opinion. But okay, so here we have Agent and Seize. Oops, no ley line. I think Bog can come out, Endurance can come out, Gris can come out. How do I board here? I have it here. Okay, one Allosaurus Shepherd, one Visionary, one Warwood. That seems reasonable. Yeah, Tutoring Agent is the mirror breaker. Granted, this may be adopted by other lists in the future. So we're on the play here. I think I like this. Keep. So we have a turn 2 Artisan that can turn 3 an Agent, and that's like not a hard lock, but very good. What is the translation in German? Ooh, only one. That's not good. The mirror used to be very brainless before. It probably has more play now because of Artisan. They lead with Allosaurus Shepherd. I think I'm probably happy. That's a little scarier. It does evil things, that's for sure. That's for damn sure. Okay, I think here. I think we probably just bash. See what they do. Notably, also we're playing around hand disruption here because um, in the mirror, Thoughtseize is a thing, so they could top deck it and then because we could build for the turn three glimpse. The problem is turn three glimpse is not guaranteed to kill your opponent, especially with us missing a land drop. It is gonna. We need either a one drop elf here or a land. Is there any way to add more play to this matchup? Not to feel your distant Arsenal. Unfortunately, I don't think so at the moment. It is not, Mike. Your intuition is correct. This matchup is very unfun. Why? All right. Yeah, Ellesmere is a you know what. We can't Artisan. I think we seize here because we have no choice, right? Oh my god, what is going on? Shoot, 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 shoot. That's not good. I think we have to. Well, let's see. They have 3 mana, four, 5, 6. They can hoof pretty soon. That is not good. I think we take the glimpse and then like hope to deal with the creative hoof soon. Whiffing off the once upon a time hurt, but it does happen. Like Wirewood was one of the cards we least wanted to see. Like the mirror is mostly very fluky. Let's go. Okay, maybe they probably just like recast the visionary. I'd imagine. Yeah. We have outs, but it is not looking good. Yeah, but those are one-ups, right? Like in this kind of toolboxy build already. Like you just want haymakers. Something's going on here. For 3, maybe they boarded the Gris. I think we lost, but we. I don't think there is anything we could have really done about it. It could be, but I think Agent has more use. Maybe we just play both. I don't really like to devote dedicated cards for the mirror. Okay, it looks like they're playing a build with both Nettle Sentinel and Reclaimer. This is probably just conceit time. The reason why I like Op Agent is because it's good against combo. I don't think we need Engineer for like some of these tribal decks. Speaking of which, I don't think Agent can. I think we have to glimpse and hope to get lucky here. I think the line here is probably glimpse maybe into Thoughtseize or along those lines. That helps. That definitely helps. Thank you for the follow, Chrono 256. Actually, I can't. We need to hit a land drop here. Uh, we can get there. We just had hit a land drop. Notably, Birchler lets us class Gris in the last match where Heritage wouldn't have. I forgot the exact context. Oh, the last match. Sure, yeah, for sure. Yeah, we just need a cradle one time here. Are we on 2-2 this game? We are, Sadra. I think here we're just like DOB, right? We're just dead on board. Artisan for Symbiote doesn't even work here, right? We have the green sun. It's just the problem is we need to hit the cradle and we're just out of draw steps. Another one drop here would have helped, but we drew the land when we didn't need to. Sometimes that happens. Alright, I have an idea. I have an idea. Uh, Actually, that doesn't work. What I want. I was gonna say we can. If we had a birch lore, then maybe we could draw into seas, but it didn't work here. Now we're just dead. I think 2-2 might be correct. Like there's times where you just want heritage druid like pretty badly. I think we're dead here. We needed to hit the land earlier, or we needed to hit the cradle later. Now we're dead. I think that's okay. I don't mind losing to the mirror. They're playing a strange version with both Nettle Sentinel and Reclaimer, which is okay, I guess. Like it can be okay. I just think like the future is Artisan. We just didn't hit land drops there. Micrograms. This username looks familiar. I don't remember what they're on though. I think this is a keep. It's not great, but I think it's a keep. That's pretty funny said. Oh, I think it looks like Reanimator. I've never been concerned, Sadra, about the mirror. Like we've been disadvantaged against the mirror this whole time, and only in my opinion by like a few percentage points. It's mostly a crapshoot to be honest. Um, Notably, we have Bog as an out here, but didn't hit it. I think here we get the land and then we just like ramp and hope like they like whiff on lands or something like that. It's only two less answer key gave me, but maybe two is where the breaking point is. It's hard to say. I think Birchler might just be better. Like Birchler's still very explosive with Gris. Um, sorry, not Gris. Glimpse. You know what would solve all of our problems, to be honest? Deathright Shaman, but that's not going to be a thing. I mean, we could play Engineer, but Agent's already good, right? Like, it just notably wasn't good there. But I think we just we need to draw a third land. We didn't. Also, like in all fairness, uh-oh. Yeah, I kind of want two Birchler because of the Shriek Mob like game plan against Delver too, right? What was I gonna say? Also, most of the high finishes, like outside of Fluffy, have been on the Reclaimer build, and there has been an internal treaty to not play cards for the mirror, like between all of the reclaimer gamers. So outside of Agent, obviously, but Agent is kind of too free not to play. There's an internal treaty, right? Like it's unlike the Ragavan. Like and again, outside of Fluffy, like 21. When was the last time a Netto player like did anything of note? I think we're just dead here, but you never know, I guess. A gentleman or gentlewoman's agreement, pretty much. It's kind of like when Ragavan was legal, right? Like, except that the blue red, like we kept playing more cards for the mirror, whereas we're agreeing not to play cards for the mirror. All right, we're probably just dead. What was your answer to Shredder over Shriekmaw? Since we can artisan or the 2 mana when you aren't doing it. I'm not sure I quite understand the question, Mike. I think Shriekmaw it was nice because you can once upon a time for it, and but more importantly, it allowed you to fire off glimpse before earlier. I think there is now some consideration for Bone Shredder. I think that's what you're referring to because it's cheaper to artisan for. But if we artisan for, let's just say we need to artisan and kill something immediately, like a. So let's just say we need to kill like a Murktide region, right? Instead of just like nuking their yard. I think we can always just get Grist. That's my logic for keeping Shriekmaw. It's because we already have a 3-drop answer. Also, chaining Shriekmaws is just unbeatable for Delver in the late game. And okay, a question that I get asked sometimes is why don't I board an opposition agent against the mirror? It's because I don't want them to reanimate it by accident, and we potentially just lose. Our deck is very vulnerable, I would say, to opposition agent at the moment. Am I missing anything? I think that's right. Ooh. I think we keep, but it's not great. And we're gonna leave with turn 1 C's. Oh my god. So they have 2 ways to put cards into the graveyard. I think we just take the reanimation spell then. For sure, Mike. It might be worth it. I think you can try testing and see. It might be worth it. I can see like 1-1 split or something like that. I think here. This is tough. Like if they have the animate dead, actually that was a bad play by me because I just realized we could kill the animate dead with the Beseju. Now, do I want to leave up the Beseju? I actually think yes. It could matter. Like I don't know. Maybe it was correct not to give them the anime dead because we had the answer, right? Although looting. Okay, I think that's fine. Oh, sure, sure, sure. I didn't think about that. That's a good point. We should probably look at their hand. Yeah, so it's anybody who. Nice to be lucky. Um. Oh, what am I doing? Actually, that's correct. I screwed up. I'm gonna get punished pretty hard in here. I'm gonna slam this, but then like potentially get punished. I should have played the artisan. I went too quickly, and then that holds up a sage or two. It's just like the worst of both worlds, right? Like, okay, didn't matter. Caracas off the top would have been nice. I think the line here is we can grist take out. Ugh, that's not great. We can grist take out the Gristlebrand, but the Archon probably just like straight up kills us. Yeah, I think we're just. Well, let me see. I don't think we can beat that. Yeah, we don't have it. Okay, we're just dead. Maybe we mulligan that hand, which was kind of a loose hand. It's hard to say. Hard to say. I'm gonna look at the replay again. Wonder if there's anything we could have done differently. Yeah, I think that's probably the what I'm thinking of. Said like like actually let's take a look. They have Entomb and Animate Dead here. If we don't take the Animate Dead, we just die to like Romario said, to a turn one reanimation spell. I think we jam Artisan there, and then we go turn. It may not matter, but let's see. We go turn two, slam the Artisan presumably. They take it here. Instead, they take the. Okay, that's fine. Instead, they take the Birch Lord, so we would have to. Okay, we would play the Beseju out potentially. Leave the. Well, that's not great either. We would have to get the Reclaimer. Okay, sure. Okay, I think you're right, Seth. I think we would have lost anyways because we would have been forced to tap out for Reclaimer. Yeah, I think we would have been. I think we would have been forced to tap out for a Reclaimer. But then they get the Gristlebrand underneath us. The Reclaimer potentially answers that. The problem is then we have to answer like some other shenanigans here. So I think you are right, but I think in this situation we probably still lose because we would have a Reclaimer in play. Um, that we just pitch the whatever creature for, right? Yeah, I don't know if it was winnable with that. The argument is maybe we mull, but I don't think we mull that hand. I think that's fine. But I do agree with you. I think given the circumstances, we probably. I think we. I think we definitely slam the Artisan too and hope to get untapped. And if they have it, they have it. Artie Mac. They're usually on some like Chalice Moonstomp deck. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna be results oriented. I think the goal here was actually, Fiend. Actually, I just thought of something. If we slam, excuse me, Artisan on two, we would have been able to untap with it. And notably, what's important is the Mesmeric Fiend would have been relevant there, which is kind of funny. So that is something to keep in mind. I think the Mesmeric, agreed, Sage. I think the Mesmeric Fiend would have been relevant. So that is good, like sample, I guess, like data, whatever you want to call it. I think here we slam the Reclaimer and like they kind of have to answer, right? Like otherwise we like get a crate or something. Yeah, what that two mana creature should be is debatable, but it would have mattered there. And two mana is important too because at least against combo, in the ideal scenario, you go turn one Seas, turn two Artisan, turn three maybe another one drop or a fetch land, and then you have to hit a two drop, right? So for at least curve considerations, it matters. Now, if we don't hit a land drop, it doesn't matter. But like, I don't think there's a one mana that hoses anything outside of like Reclaimer, but you have to untap with it. But maybe that means we have to play the Mesmeric Fiend. So that's like good data, right? Yeah, I hate Fiend by itself, but I just maybe with four artists you just have to play it, right? Maybe it's just too good not to play, so to speak. It also is good against show and tell for whatever it's worth. So there is that. Good mountain art. um, so question here is, do I just like play stuff out and like walk into a fury potentially or not? I think we probably wait a turn. They could moon us like randomly here too, so like I think it's okay to wait. Like we could play heritage, we could play the shepherd into a visionary into a waterwood, but okay, they're playing this version. I don't know why. Why did we decide on the Beseju and not three? What do you mean by that? I just don't want to lose to ourselves. Like I'm in the market of not giving away free wins, and drawing two Boseiju is kind of bad. Especially with Mr. PhD Mana Base himself here said. He's the one that told me to go back down to two. I because I don't want to draw two Agonized Coma. Like drawing two Boseijus in your opening hand ever is probably you're probably losing. Also, I want consistent access to black where it matters. Okay, sure. They only have one card left. 3, 4. Yeah, 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 for sure. I think we want to fetch here. Yeah, I don't want to just give up free wins is the point. Ooh. We could technically do this. I think I like that. We walk into a Fury, but I just think we live with it at this point. I think I'm not moving. Oh shoot! I forgot. I don't have a collector move in the list. Shoot, in the main. All right, I guess that's just in this case a visionary, and clench. I do have artisans. They're huge. If they do fear me here. Hmm. Maybe yeah, we'll see. Yeah, I think two or three. I mean I don't. I'm not saying three is necessarily wrong. I just like trying to be conservative with the mana base, and notably we did not. We had to get a land off the Once Upon a Time there. Sure. I'm not. I'm dead to whatever. Anyways, I'm dead to fear regardless. So I'm just gonna like go all in here on. If they hope they don't have it right in the three. I could technically bounce. Maybe it would have been free, I guess, to bounce a visionary. We gotta fade one time here. Also, they can hit heritage, and that like messes up our math too. If they had it, they probably would have already slammed it. Chalice on one, kind of useless to be honest. I can bash for 20. They had to block with one thing. Actually, let's check the ones first. See what we draw. Visionary, sure. I think here we get a heritage druid. Yeah, yeah, we have a perfect draw here. I'm just gonna pass. I wonder if they see it. They probably do, I'd imagine. No, we have Shepherd activation up here. We're gonna kill them on the crackback. I guess might as well, right? Like, what? Doesn't matter. 3, 5. Okay. Well, Furious is not an instant though. Are we knowing as often, or are we doing the stream of Goyf's plant instead? It depends on our hand, right? Like, Natural Order is definitely the I win card in the deck. Oh, sure, sure. I see what you're saying. So strong. Our opponent just had 3 lands. Interesting. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's an instant speed. We can activate in response to the Fury. Question here is, do we? Our deck is just full of big creatures now. We can't. We don't have lethal through this, so I feel like, well, they have 3 cards in hand. They said they had 3 lands that they've drawn, but I don't know if I believe them. I think I'll just bounce and see. I don't want to just like lose it to like random shenanigans potentially. Natural Order. That's a pretty good draw. I think we'll just do it this way. We have a lot of outs here. Cannot draw what we need though. I think we just pass. I think the only way we lose here is if we just like get sloppy and they just like have some random answer for us. I think that's probably the only way we lose. They probably hit the two wirewood and maybe like two others. I would imagine. Actually, I messed up. I should have done it beforehand. We just talked about this. Shoot. Oh, that was bad by me. Ah, Jesus Christ. That was bad. Yeah, I'm like, I like lose interest sometimes when our opponent takes so long. Like, Jesus. The good thing is they only get two creatures actually. I like zoned out for a second. Like we even talked about this, and then I should cancel. Throwing away a wand game, it just feels really bad. Actually, I better be careful how I do it. All right, didn't matter because we drew what we needed. All right, try to. I would try to play a little bit cleaner there. I just moment lost focus right there because. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate that. Yeah, it's one bad habit I need to break. Like, and it's on me, where I will sometimes lose interest if I think the game is over, and then like click through things. Don't you get? Do you think endurance is necessary with for artisan? I think it helps So Strong because I think the game plan is just to make really big creatures that they can't get through, right? Like, and I don't think a Glimpse of Nature is gonna do anything in this matchup or a Water Whistle, so we have stuff to take out anyways. Unless you're talking about in the main deck, I think I like it a lot, and because the cards we cut actually are not great with the curve anyways for the Fiend Artisan, namely the Glimpse of Nature, fourth copy, and the Visionary. That's a 2 drop. I moved the Collector Oot to the sideboard. That's also a 2 drop. So I think it's actually okay. The Endurance I like main deck because we have so many tutors for it. It's gonna be pretty relevant against graveyard decks or Delver. Oh, for this matchup, yeah, I just don't think we're gonna be able to combo. Like their deck is designed, well, not designed, but the way it lines up against us is we're not gonna be able to combo. Like we have to go over the top. What were your thoughts on? I think it had a nice run. Like don't get me wrong, Agonized Coma. I think it had a nice run. I just think like it hasn't aged particularly well. Namely, Teferi answering it out of like these control decks is kind of annoying. Um, Also, I looked at the numbers and it doesn't win that many game ones anymore. Like it did maybe in the past. Also, like you have a second natural order target already in Gris. Oh my god. Oh, one turn. This is when drawing it is bad, right? Sure. Notably, we just need to hit lands here. Might be okay. Might be okay. We just hit lands. I think if I were opponent, I would have slammed the Bone Crusher as a creature instead of whatever they did. I think they hit us 2 damage. Jesus. Game one, we made it closer than it needs to be. Like, if I was more focused, I don't think it's as close as it needs to be there. We did ended up being a lot closer than it's supposed to be. Like I'll put it that way because I like lost uh, concentration for a little bit. Thank you. Super appreciative chat cheering me up. I know I made a bad misplay earlier. We even discussed it, which is the aggravating part. We even discussed that I'm supposed to do it in response to the Fury, right? Like before they can do anything. But luckily didn't get punished. Yeah. That's 379. Probably dead. I actually think now that I think of it, I think it's actually correct for me to fetch Arbor there. So it's my misplay because if I draw a Arbor, it doesn't matter, right? I'm too far behind anyway. So you want to get the Arbor out of the deck at this point. So I think we maybe can get back into the game if we had done it the other way, but we're pretty behind here. I guess it doesn't matter because that's like a million damage. Let's see. That is a lot of damage. So 3, 9. Yeah, I think we would have lost regardless. But it was a misplay for what it's worth. So we caught that. Submit. I think we're fine. We're on the play here. That helps a lot. I do think if we had hit a land drop earlier, we might have been in the game, but just too many land drops missed it. Ooh, this is a very good hand. Keep. We've seen the damage that Artisan can do already, right? I like the endurance a lot here. After playtesting the 4C Creep in Modern, I prefer the White Splash. Interesting. The Jig. I actually don't think we care about this card at the moment. I think we're just gonna slam Endurance and just like start running 3/4 Tribal. Yeah, yeah. I was just thinking what So Strong's thing. I was wondering, are you in the right Twitch chat? Like, we're not playing like 4C creativity is the only thing. Don't know what our opponent is doing. Smells like they have Fury. Like they just haven't done anything yet. I think what I'm gonna do is run out a Shepherd to try to bait out the Fury. Sure. Actually, that's kind of good to see. I think we bash here. We play the land and then collect Oofdom. Good old Stone Rain. We want to make sure the Artisans get to at least a 3/3 before deploying them, if we can avoid it. Sometimes we can't, but okay, there's the Fury. Probably on the Collector Oof. This is working out the way we are hoping. I think we bash. And then I think here we go Shepherd into probably. We don't want them to kill the Fiend Artisan alongside the the shepherd. But if they kill if they fury the other two, we're gonna have some big boys. All right, so they did that. Interesting enough. I think we bash here and see what they do. Oh, perfect. I want them to block. Big boys coming down. This is gonna be pretty sweet. I think we fetch right now first to play around potentially anything. I think we just do it now. This is like my new favorite thing to do now. Just getting like big Tarmogoyfs. Now I see the appeal. It's like in big beaters. It's just like literally unbeatable for that deck. Alright, what are they fearing here? They have to like, what are they getting? Alright. That's pretty sweet. Pretty sweet. I think, yeah, I think. Why not activate Reclaimer for Cradle taking another Reclaimer? I didn't have the mana. Did not have the mana is the reason Soul Strong. I was one short to do what I wanted to do. Because I think that they just cannot beat Fury, right? Like, or not beat, they cannot beat these big artisans that are like growing out of control, right? No, it's 3 mana Soul Strong to get to get the second Fiend Artisan, right? To pitch the Shepherd. So I only have 1 mana left. So it's 1 plus the activation cost of the whatever you want to get. So 3 total for the Fiend Ag to get another Fiend Artisan. Bring up the deck. I'm gonna take a. Oh, I meant the second Reclaimer. Maybe I don't remember the exact situation. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick and then I'll be right back. instead of activate Artisan for second art, you could activate Reclaimer, take Cradle, activate Artisan, taking another Reclaimer. You end up with, hold on. Activate Reclaimer, take Cradle, okay. Activate Artisan, taking another Reclaimer. You end up with a 1 Artisan and 2, 3, 1. 4, 1 reclaims 1 board. Oh, I see what you're saying, Soltron. To get a second, you're trading in the. I see what you're saying. That's actually, I like that play a lot because the Reclaimer there is. What is it called? It's an extra body and you're getting more investment. So I do like your play. And at that point, like, even if they fear one of them, I don't think you actually care. So yeah, that's actually solid for sure. I like that a lot. I think either way, it's probably over. But I think the play that I took guarantees that you have two artisans in play, and I think I probably value that a little bit higher than what is it called than two reclaimers at 3/4. But it's pretty reasonable, I think. But the nice upside about your line is you get the cradle online, which is pretty big. So it forces them to deal with another problem. Something I thought about actually while using the restroom right now. Actually, it took me a little bit longer, so I apologize because I had to kill a cockroach that I saw. My wife will be happy about that. But I thought about it as well with the elf mirror match that we lost. That Fiend Artisan would have been relevant. So something to keep in mind. So I think I'm actually sold on the Fiend Artisan. Like maybe the two losses in games two were preventable because for reasons we said, right? Like the Fiend Artisan taking the Kratos, maybe the game is different now. So that came to my mind as I was using the restroom and killing a cockroach that was in the restroom. Sorry if that's TMI about the cockroach. Well, okay, this is loading still. I'm gonna get water, I guess, while it's loading. We're just having fiends all over the place, right? ISIS DR. Alright, interesting. I guess we could technically hardcast the hoof. I'm gonna try it. I don't love it though. Normally I don't like hands like this, but because the hoof is in the hand, it's actually not the worst. And they want to waste the cradle, then the other cradle is live. So it has some merit. I like to know that you're a cockroach killer. Thank you. Appreciate it. Trying to do my wife a solid there. She hates cockroaches, as do a lot of people. I know. Oops, all nightmares. Oops, all fiends. Arid Mesa. Okay, I don't know what they could be on. How long have you been married? Great question. Okay, looks like goblins. I have been married, this is 200,000, 6 years almost? It's coming up on 6 years. I think we visionary first and see what happens. Ooh, that's a really good draw. Now I'm actually really happy I kept this hand. So I think here I'm gonna like block bounce and like maybe play everything out. Fury? You got to be kidding me. Oh, come on. That's not fair. Jesus Christ. Oh, I guess we lost. Guess we lost. Oh my god. Why are we playing against these kind of decks? Well, I guess that is good and bad, right? Like it's Fury main deck is actually kind of stock in these like food chain goblin builds. And it's also respect because Elves is top 3 deck in Legacy right now, but definitely not what I want to see right now. Oh my god. Ugh. I think do we even like concede right now because like we don't want them to see what we have? Ugh, Jesus. I think we're gonna try to block Lackey at minimum, so I mean they already know we're on Elves, like maybe we give away we're on Fiend Artisan, but they can actually Sting Scourger. Yeah, maybe we conceal info. We're like so far behind. They're not even doing it at the right time. Like, what is going on? Like, they should do that on their end step, right? Like, the Sting Scourger can attack then. Well, I guess it has Echo too, so never mind. We, we should be dead, but I don't know. Well, not everybody watches Star Fox for what it's worth. I think actually Soul Strong has a correct play. I think concealing from this kind of board is probably over. Um, yeah, they're on the like the Snoop combo version. Fury is brutal though. I think we were probably gonna win regardless. If that didn't happen, but like I think we can survive a Muxus, like connecting for instance. But now we're probably just dead. 12. So what did the ringleader put a matron into play? I think we had to block. We'll just take the rest. That's what's a lot. 16. Okay. We have outs. We have outs. Is I don't know if it's gonna be enough, but we're gonna try. So this was free. That's also free. This is gonna cost us, but then we get the heritage mana. Can we get there? One drop. Oof. So as of right now, well, let me see. We can Fiend Artisan. Can we get there? That's 4, that's 8. So we can technically cast Hoof at the moment. The issue okay, so it's 8 plus 10, is that? That's not enough because they have like the 4 on the other side. Yeah, so it's 8 plus 10. It's 18. We're a little bit short. We can Artisan, but we need an untap effect. Oh, oh shoot! I untapped the wrong thing. Although it doesn't really matter. We have to hit runner anyways. So maybe this is actually correct. All right, now we're dead. Well, shoot. I think we have to play the other artisan here, right? Like, I don't think we have a choice. Uh, I screwed up. Maybe we could have blocked. I don't know. We should be dead, but like they have a matron in their hand. Like I can't imagine we're getting another turn here. Twin shot. Oh, okay, never mind. That's I didn't even think about that, but that works. All right. Anyways, to be fair, we did beat a Fury deck the previous round, and I think the one change I would make is I think the Fiend Artisan is, as crazy as it sounds, probably worth it. I think I like the agent here to try to like hose their matrons. The card rotation looks good to me. Normally I would like Progenitus, but I don't really like it against this version of the deck because they're very combo-y. Um, but maybe we have to. I don't know. Maybe it's a necessary evil. Uh, okay, let's try it. We'll board it in and like, what do they have? Shriek Mom might be relevant. I don't think Oof is gonna be relevant. I don't love Shepherd in this matchup, but Shriek Mom also notably probably not the best. Actually, let's just not board them in. Sure. I think this matchup is probably not the best. Like we tend to be a little bit soft to creature combo, and maybe that means we play Plague Engineer, but I really don't want to play Plague Engineer. As the person who has said multiple times, I don't play cards for the mirror. Yeah, I think based on what we saw, like especially against Moonstomp, if that's like in your area, like Fiend Artisan for more Artisan is just like a pretty killer line. Hey, how's it going? Robert's your brother's mother. I think here we take the Cradle. Just like too much like power. This is the last match of the night. I think the one thing I'm pretty happy about is I think we did get something besides the fun times we have with Twitch chat, right? I think we did get oh, Fury is gonna be so scary actually. What are the odds they have Tarfire? Probably low. I think we probably, to be honest, let's do this. I think we just mini glimpse here. Take our like draw two. I don't really like walking the artisan into like a fury right from our opponent. We can go off next turn, and I think they're kind of price interfering if they have it. I'm not gonna balance. If they want to fury us, it's still a 2 for 2. If they don't fury us, they probably just lose. Sure. Oh, food chain is notably on top. So they can food chain next turn. But then they can't combo off, right? Like, I don't think. Oh, there's the Fury. I spoke too soon. I think that's good that we forced them to burn it. All right. I think we try to go off again. I don't think we can afford to miss land drops. It hurts, but like I don't think we can afford to save the food chain for the Boseiju for the food chain. I think we have to take the ancestral recall and hope to untap with natural order. I don't think they can kill us outside of another Fury next. Well, I don't know. It's hard to say. The Snoop is pretty dangerous with the food chain, but they don't have any other creatures on board, so maybe it's okay. Sling Gang. So maybe they expose the food chain here, and then we have like one turn to like do some damage. What the heck? You got to be kidding me. They blew it. They have the combo. What is going on? They had the natural combo off the fetch line. They just like didn't see it or didn't realize it. Right? Like Bogart, you get Kiki Jiki on top, and then you copy itself a million times. We saw the Kiki Jiki in the game already. Unless unless Kiki's in their hand, but like even still, like that's like yeah, I think they just messed. I think they brain farted into the food chain. They like tunnel vision, I think. And now they are gonna get punished. They are gonna get punished for that. I mean, I'm familiar. I play goblins like in EDH. I'm like familiar with the combo. But they like they threw the game here. All right. All right. How do we want? Yeah, for sure. Thanks, Star Fox. Thanks, David. Yeah, I have played with Snoop enough to know, even though it's EDX, right, and I don't run food chain, I know about the combo because I tried to brew with Eli before, and they just like blew it, right? They had the natural combo, and just I think they tunnel visioned the food chain. I think there is some, well, I was gonna say maybe there's some merit for the Shriek Maws, but it just seems so like I don't know. It seems so lackluster, right? It has to be exactly Snoop. Maybe we just hope to fade it, right? Yeah, I think I like that. I don't think Thoughtseize is the correct thing too against like a creature combo deck that can like aggro us out. Ugh, I don't love it, but I think this matchup is probably very hard because maybe we need to play Plague Engineer to beat creature combo. I don't love playing. I don't want to play Plague Engineer though, if I can help it. I think here we just like fetch a basic. You never know what kind of like Blood Moon shenanigans they're playing. like it's theoretically possible that they have maggots of the moon. I don't think we're supposed to win game two, and I don't feel good about game three here. I think this matchup is probably one of our worst, but it's not very common. Like, I don't. It lines up very poorly for us, the food chain combo. And they have like some haymakers and like fury and whatnot. And we don't kill as fast as they do, although they're less consistent. I feel like we don't have much time, so I'm gonna like fire off this ranger. Um, we can go to 3 mana notably. I don't know if that's correct. If they fury here, all right. If they don't fury here, we can potentially have lethal. The problem we just like walk into fury. I think we ought to lose if they fury. Um, so do we want here or if we Fiend Artisan, that puts us 5 on the board. 6 mana, 7 mana. We're still short, so I think we probably just wait. It's not the end of the world. They fury us here, and then the glimpse next turn is pretty good. The problem is I'm scared about the turn after. I think they can, if they have the food chain, they can kill us like pretty crazy right now. All right, there's the food chain. They fetched, which is interesting. Means that they don't have another creature, maybe. Sure. They can kill presumably our Berthel Ranger, but we'll see. Yeah, I think their hand is just no goblins, right? Because or it's like a Muxus or something crazy in their hand because they could have like potentially gone off there, right? This is what I mean by their deck can be sometimes inconsistent. They probably blow it. Like if I were them, I would. The elf player has a million mana right now. Oh my god, I did not expect to see that. Well, I guess they're gonna take our hoof, presumably. We can like bash for a whole bunch, but I don't know if that's like ideal. Even we bash though, we lose a creature. That's not great. Presumably they take the hoof because that shuts off natural order. They may take away, I don't know, glimpse or something else as well. Let's see what they take. They took the progenitus. They took the hoof. That makes sense. They took the Allosaurus Shepherd. That also, I don't know about Shepherd, but that's the other two are very good. Agreed. Better that than dead. Hmm. Hello. 1 mana. That's actually a really good draw. Actually, I should not have done that. I just realized something. I could have given myself one more chance to draw a Cradle. That actually is really good. Not the worst. I think we have to agent now. That's really annoying, actually. Hmm. I think the damage matters. So I'm gonna block. I think we're not that bad position, actually, all things considered. I think we're just gonna try to go wider than the wide deck. Which is like funny, right? But yeah, that's pretty good. We don't have anything to natural order into, which is the scary part. I think we're gonna end this turn with the Beseju on the food chain for sure, because I don't think we're allowed to allow for that thing to untap with like full mana, right? Hmm. Yeah, I have a whole bunch. I think there's one. The problem is like it's gonna be annoying to get through these goblins, but it's probably fine. Oops, did that too quickly. Notably, they don't get a search because of opposition agent. Taking sack, that's fine. I don't really care. I think we're probably like favored to win from this point. We just have to like fade. I don't even know, like a combo of some sort. We're gonna bash for a lot next turn. Actually, well, let me see. I was gonna say maybe I should have Green Sun for another elf so I can attack for more damage. There's no way that it should be attacking. View sideboard. What did we board out? Board out the Gris and all of that. Sure. You can Zenith for Shepherd and activate it before they get priority. I don't know what you're referring to. New Paladin Ace. Why does priority matter? Actually, cancel. Um, I think I've heard before math is for blockers, so I'm just gonna YOLO right now. Everything but the agent, I think, needs to come in. No, it is not. It's a lot of damage. Yeah, alright. We got a 3-2. I think the big takeaway, let's go back to our record. I think the big takeaway was we probably want that Mesmeric Fiend. It notably would have won those two game twos, actually, now that I think about it. I only noticed it for the Reanimator game, but it actually applies to the mirror too. So that's a good thing I caught it. I think I do want that going forward. Let's go back to the drawing board here. I think the Fiend needs to come in. I know I already have it. Luckily, I went ahead and got it off. Maybe there's a better option. I feel like this is the best one. The other options are Brain Maggot if you want some insect off the Gris, but I think that's a liability because of Boseiju. There is also Kite Sail Freebooter, but I don't think that's good enough. I think it has to get Creature too. Um, so I think as of right now, this is probably the best effect, but I could be wrong. If anybody wants to correct me, then let me know. What are we cutting? That is a good question. I don't think we can cut C's, but I don't think it's off the table either. For whatever it's worth. Leyline is a unique effect. I think card rotation is pretty neat. Let me see. Yeah, I would have to think. Like, it's never really been on the board. Ooh. Welcome everybody from the Legacy Pit. I'm just wrapping up actually. We went 3-2 in a pair of leagues. But I do think this list is pretty good. Hey Josh, I actually don't think so. Like it was really good in my opinion. Like you can try with three, but I felt like I wanted it all the time. I'm notably playing a green black rock deck with Fiend Artisan. Some people like to refer this to as elves, but the elf count is actually lower now than the non-elves. So is it really an elf deck? It maybe it's an elf sub theme, right? But I do need to make a cut. I think it's either a Leyline of the Void, crop rotation, or maybe the fourth Seas. I feel like Seas is probably too good against too many of the combo decks to cut. Um, Maybe it's just the Leyline, right? And then maybe we just, I don't know. It's either the Leyline or the crop. The crop notably has game against these Merit Lage decks that we otherwise may be weak to. So maybe that's it. But I think going forward, we did lose two games to, or two matches. Yeah, I'm up to 4 Fiend Artisan. I think the card is incredible. You have a point there. I think opening with two is definitely not really ideal, but for what it's worth, I don't know if you saw Let me go back. I don't know if you saw game one of the Moon Snobby matchup. We literally did it all four copies because we needed we Fiend Artisan for Fiend Artisan for Fiend Artisan for Fiend Artisan, and we literally went down to the fourth copy. So I think maybe that's a corner case. Obviously, it could be. But I think the card is very good. Also, what are we adding back? The Glimpse of Nature is like reasonable, I guess, but like not great. Also, to draw multiples. The difference between seven virtual copies versus eight doesn't seem that relevant. I think it's not really that. I think it's more so I just want to have it naturally, right? Like, um, I think it's like Green Sun Zenith, right? It's just like always. I mean, it literally is Green Sun Zenith on legs. But you're welcome to try three. I think four has felt good today for whatever it's worth, and notably, it probably could have won that one. These two matches against the Mirror respectively and Reanimator if I had the Fiend Artisan in the deck, which I did not. So, also one other thing is maybe with Fiend, not Fiend Artisan, maybe with Fiend, Mesmeric Fiend. So let's go back. This is what we ran the league. View previous deck. Maybe be. Oops, wrong one. Maybe with Mesmeric Fiend, we don't need the fourth C's, right? Because it's kind of redundant. I can see that too, and just playing like still more leyline. Like too many discard spells might not be what we want, but I don't 100% know for sure. I may have to discuss this with some of the other people. Anybody? Okay, shout out to Legacy Pit for the raid, and I know they're having their big event coming pretty soon. Did anybody have any questions for me? Have I gone anywhere near a 5-0? Yeah, I have. So on Sunday, I played this with Romario. Granted, only one Fiend Artisan, but we went 5-0. Also, we lost the 5-0 match. No, sorry. We lost a match on Tuesday with three copies of Fiend Artisan, and it was a punt on our behalf against Blue Red. Actually, it was the 5-0 match that we lost. I'm not gonna play another league. It's already unfortunately almost 11 here. It's 10:45. I think that is reasonable, Josh, and I think everybody can agree though the artisan count is at least three. I personally think it's four, but again, maybe we need to test it more, and maybe I haven't hit clunky spots yet. There was I think one game where I drew two, and maybe the second one wasn't live during the glimpse chain, but I don't know. I have to iron it out. It's definitely at least three, and somewhere between three and four probably. I think is the card number. Hard to say because again between that and like Once Upon a Time and actual Green Sun Zenith, maybe three is okay, especially if people start to play more Cage, a Grafdigger's Cage. But I don't know. There's a chance that maybe the third Heritage is needed just for mana reasons too. I think that is reasonable enough. We would have got the 5-0. We would have gotten the 5-0 on Tuesday, but we misplayed because there was a line with Glimpse where normally you want to play as many one drops as possible. But I think against Blue Red, you just slam the Artisan because if they end the festivities, you don't care. We'll not be playing Deranged Hermit. If anything, we'll play the new version of that. I forgot what it's called. Like the one that got released in Modern Horizons, I think two. What was it? For what it's worth, Josh. Or actually, the question was asked by Constant Flaw. Uh, one of my testing partners, Testacular, aka Kern, played a similar list with this at least exact 60, and then I think the sideboard was the same sideboard. Actually, it was exact 75 that I played for the stream, and they lost a 5-0 match also to Blue Red for similar reasons, just not being familiar with some of the lines, right? That is new. Just feel the added clunk of the fourth isn't worth the corner case of needing four artisans. That's fair for sure, Josh. I definitely think there's probably going to be situations where you draw two and it might not be great. So I think three is reasonable for what it's worth. Again, I need to test this more. This is literally day three of Fiend Artisan, more than one copy. Uh, Anybody else have any questions? Who should I raid? I wish new Paladin Ace. So first time to do young PZ. Okay, so there's modern infect or PT bench. I think I'll raid young PZ 420. If there's no other questions, I do think one thing was learned from the stream today. Namely, I think we should be playing Fiend, Mesmeric Fiend. So more Fiends, right? This is the fifth one or fourth one if you only play three main. Uh, what to cut is a different issue. I don't really know. Maybe it's discard because it's just too many, right? Although discard is very flexible, I do think Layla the Void is probably worth playing at the moment for what it's worth. So, all right, let's go ahead and raid Young PZ 420. Thank you, um, Leg of Sea Pit for the raid, and then a lot of fun tonight. I think we learned a good deal about the deck.